Hello. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing? Welcome back to a Level Up Single Mom. It is I, Vitamin Key, dropping shit on the floor. Okay, good. I didn't need that. Dropping shit on the floor. How are you? Happy Wednesday. Oh, I didn't put that on the I'll put it on there later. I didn't put the Woman Chat Wednesday on the thumbnail, but it doesn't even matter. How you doing? We are back this week. Is there anything going on for the intro? There's nothing really happening this week, which is a good thing. The weather's getting warmer. The snow and the ice and stuff is melting, so I'm feeling less depressed from that. Like when I would go out, I would just feel kind of like, all right, I need all this ice and snow to go away because it was making me feel very isolated. You see, I have my comfort hat on. So I've just been feeling cozy, trying to feel cozy. Shout out to Lisa Renice. I hope she comes tonight, but I believe Jamal said they were going on a trip or something. So I don't know. Um, Trying to think if there's anything else that, but we had President's Day on Monday, so my baby didn't have school. And I don't know what just happened. It connected and then reconnected, whatever. My baby didn't have school. And so then I got to, did I get to sleep in? I got to sleep in, but I actually had to go get her because she was away for the long weekend. She was at my aunt's house, who was also her godmother. So I had to go and travel across the city to go get her. But generally, I was chilling. Um, yeah, but nothing else is going on other than, oh, so I was kind of doing some behind the scenes work on the channel. First of all, again, this is a journey for me. And it is so interesting, like to notice the stuff that I'm noticing now that I wasn't noticing before in terms of like things to pay attention to as I'm trying to grow the channel. And so it just occurred to me, and I know this may seem silly to some people, but it just occurred to me to kind of really like dive into my analytics in the background of the channel. And I was able to get some information to be able to make some shorts. And the first short I made was really successful compared to like my other content, but it's challenging because a lot of this is gathering data and you need like data points, so you need a lot of time to gather the data. And while I've been doing this for a while, I have enough to have like some intermediary data, some beginner data, but it's still going to take a refinement process of figuring out, okay, what exactly does this data mean? So anyway, though, I had a pretty good little throw some spaghetti at the wall, something stuck a bit. But I'm wondering also, because this is for I'm mostly doing this for, hey, exclusively elusive, welcome, thank you for the flowers. um I'm mostly focusing on YouTube, and then a secondary, kind of a close second, but I still got one foot out the door of TikTok because those are the platforms that I stay on the most. Uh, I did. So should I show y'all? I don't even know if you'd be able to see it from in here. I did a TikTok of a clip which was the highest retention rate. Retention rate is the people just sitting and watching your stuff, you know, in a span of time. I took the highest retention rate rated like spike of attention on the last live, and I made a TikTok from it. And I also put it on here as a reel or a short, whatever it was. And it performed really well. But now it's kind of like tapering off. And so I took another one from like another high engagement part of the live. It's doing okay, but I don't know because of what it is. I don't know if it's being suppressed or not, because I know a lot of things are being suppressed now due to the different legislation and everything that they're putting through. Mostly, I'm talking about this one on TikTok. On here, I think it's kind of a toss up, but on TikTok specifically, I'm pretty sure. And also because I see a bunch of people saving it in terms of like the number of people that are actually seeing it, the number of people are liking it, and the number of people that are saving it. I feel like much more people are saving it. Um, and so it's definitely high engagement. So I'm wondering why it's being pushed other than what it was that I put out there. In fact, I might go ahead and play it just because. And I'm also going to get the link because I'm gonna ask y'all to go and like boost it, because some of y'all, and oh yeah, I'm gonna shout out a few people too. Some of y'all are like liking this stuff, but then some people, not y'all, are saving it and not necessarily liking it. So, but nobody's reposting it. Is the point? Nobody is reposting it, and I think it's a repostable. I think it's a repostable post. So let me. Where's the thing at? Oh, there it is. Copy the link. I'm gonna put it right in here. So if you have a TikTok, please go in. Hey MJ, if you have a TikTok, please go view it, like it, comment and repost. Most importantly, repost. I need y'all to repost because I think it's really important, and we're gonna watch it. Just so you know, y'all probably saw it too because I posted it here as well, but just so you know exactly which one it is. All right. Where the hell is it? Oh, I forgot.
Father, both had passed away before I was born. Father wasn't around, and taking care of everybody. So I've always conceded power to women. That's been my nature. I said my nature and my nurture is because that's all that was there. So a lot of my journey, I was in autobiographies trying to figure out where's a man and who can teach me how to do it. What does it look like? I'm looking to Sammy Davis Jr. and Sidney Poitier, and anybody's got autobiography about whatever, Bill Cosby, only to get that dream shattered. You know what I mean? I think a lot of men who've grown up in those environments are trying to figure out how to hold themselves accountable while also holding themselves hostage. Right? I was trying to take up for my father not being there. I was trying to take up for my grandfather's not being there, overcompensating and not necessarily knowing exactly what my place and my position was. So I think a lot of, I can't speak for everybody, I think a lot of black men just don't know when they say be a man, what does that mean?
So the more we can kind of educate ourselves, and like you said, to your point, to the village, right? Understanding that it's there, it's obtainable, right? I just shot a movie in Nicholson Gardens, and I'm like, yo, all these kids in the project still got villages that we are taking away. You try to get away from it's tough times in the black neighborhoods. Like, man, these kids still out here playing. They still out here having a good time, right? And understanding like why or what that is for certain communities and why it's necessary for them. They don't got nobody else. So they got to send their kids outside and say, hey, can you watch my kid today for a second? I got to go to work, whatever. So sometimes you get above yourself and think, I don't need nobody. I don't made enough money. I can pay for this nanny over here. Rather than being like, oh, no, look, you want your kid to hang out with my kid today? And then we go do this, all right, cool, we hang out. Remembering that it's all there and it's obtainable, but sometimes we push it away ourselves too, you know?
Something that I meant to bring this in earlier, but I think this is just as good a time as any. And somebody had brought to my attention that the head of the Heritage Foundation, Roberts. So his name is Kevin Roberts, and he did a paper, his thesis paper on the familial behaviors of Africans, enslaved Africans, coming from these particular villages that they were sourcing slaves from in Africa to these particular colonies in, I believe, Virginia, and pulling data from different reports and everything from these specific places. So that was his control of it, and watching how they were able to maintain their culture and how they were able to stay mentally and emotionally resilient and connected as a people outside of the identity that their enslavers were assigning to them and like trying to beat into them and oppress them into. How the African people were able to maintain their emotional resilience and a connection to each other. And this was the conclusion, of the whole paper. I went through and read majority of the paper, but these were things that were really important to me about the conclusion. His theory was that You'll get more information about the structure and function of slave family and kinship systems by observing them in a way that says that it wasn't, that patriarchy was not innate to them, and that actually they were more into a communal family structure. He says the concept that the extended family group was perhaps the most important institution of cultural transfer and preservation is a promising one. He said the concept, I already got that. He said the extended kinship group for the patrilineal Igbo, matrilineal Akan, and double descent Bantu, one important feature was central, the extended kinship group. So examining trends and change over time will be possible as well. The reason that I found this to be important is because this is someone who, as the head of the Heritage Foundation, they are actively socially engineering the people, the population of the United States for specific things. They made it clear. We saw earlier last year when they were talking about black jobs. Donald Trump was talking about black jobs. And
coming from the border are millions and millions of people that happen to be taking black jobs. You had the best.
What exactly is a black job, sir?
A black job is anybody that has a job. That's what it is. Anybody that has a job.
All right.
And
Mr.
they're taking the employment away from black people.
Then basically explain that they were trying to get the Hispanic people out of the fields and such to get the black people back in. This is someone who is studying us to try to figure out how we were able to subvert the indoctrination into slavery, how we were able to maintain humanity and culture and sovereignty through what they put us through. This person who is our enemy because of that fact is noting that, hey, a part of the reason that they were able, we weren't able to do what we tried to do to them is because they had greater familial systems outside of a patriarchal structure. I'm gonna read some more. The values that slaves continued to place on older slaves in any kinship relationship shows the influence of African culture on it. Slaves were not powerless in the realms of preserving family relationships. And then it says, perhaps the greatest tragedy after enslavement has been the failure of most slave family scholars to recognize the importance of extended kin to enslaved African Americans. I have examined the alternative that, based on African culture, is more suitable for the subjects of the study. At Farsala, extended kinship networks not only existed, they flourished. Therefore, I contend that because these types of family arrangements in Africa were central to the socialization of children and the protection of members, they would have served the same purposes in the New World. We were protecting ourselves and each other through our greater familial relationships. Patriarchy is useless to us. Patriarchy is not only useless to us, it is a danger to us. You understand? And this is someone, again, this is the head of the Heritage Foundation who is currently in the works of trying to reverse engineer us back into a kind of slavery, a kind of racialized slavery. And understanding that patriarchy and the nuclear family is not only not natural to us, but also is antithetical to our safety, our well-being, the maintenance of our sovereignty, the maintenance of our culture, the maintenance of our humanity, the protection of our culture, sovereignty, and humanity. And I'm not talking about these particular men on here. Like I said, I want to be clear. I get what they're trying to do, and I'm not at all trying to down them or, drag them per se. What I am trying to say is that as Black people, patriarchy does not serve us. We need to dead it. We need to understand that that's not our thing. We need to get more into how do we utilize and cultivate our strength, which is community. If our enemy recognizes that as our strength, we need to take heed to that, is what I'm saying. So that is the, I can stop sharing it now. That is the post. I actually have that posted here as well. If you are inclined to do the, what are those called? The hyping, please hype that post for me this week because, like I said, based off of the analytics and everything, that was the most watched section of last week's live. So that's why one of the reasons I clipped it. Also, if you would, I have posted the, oh, it's right there. I posted the TikTok. If you would go over there, give it a view, give it a like, give it a comment if you already have it. And if you already have, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I try to interact, with people when they comment on my stuff. But also, oh, I shouldn't have stopped sharing it. Sorry. I mean, it'll look different on your phone anyway. Also, like it, comment, please, and also repost it. Even if you don't go on TikTok like that, if you have a TikTok, please go and just hit that little thing and just share it out to people within your network because that is how stuff spreads. I'm not necessarily trying to go viral, but I am trying to find my audience. So we, outside of y'all are my audience. But you know what I mean, like spread the word that we're out here. So please repost it because what's happening is, hey Mara, hey Daniela, what's happening is on that particular post, people are liking it and people are saving it. Like people are adding it to their favorites. And I'm like, okay, a lot of people are adding it to their favorites. And some of the people that are adding it to their favorites, I've seen them in passing. I know what they do and I know why they probably saving it, but they ain't like it. So my point is, I see its potential to be something that people will want to start using in terms of a talking point. So I would like for it at least to be out there enough that I was the one that put it out there. So if you would please help me with that. that's my little soapbox. Please help me with that part of it. So I have the TikTok there at any part during the stream. If you want to dip out, just go give it a like and everything, all the things. I appreciate that. Also, I want to shout out, let me go into my back end. Also, I want to shout out a couple people who have really been like doing a dang thing. Chi Von Chi. Thank you so much. She has sent or they, I don't know who, they have sent so many comments under previous lives and last week's live and everything like that. They've been getting it in. Who else was there? Let me see. Where can I get the comment that community? Is somebody out there arguing? It sounds like somebody about to start arguing, but I don't care. This is really freaking crazy. Hold on, let me go mute before they get me. I'm gonna play some music for y'all because it sounds like they're blasting music and I don't want to get copyrighted. Okay, I think they're going. I was waiting to see because it went off once, and I was like, I don't trust it, and then it came right back on. They was yelling, singing, and everything. So anyway, what the heck was I saying? Oh, I'm looking for people to highlight. Oh, I know where I could go. I could go right into my to my notifications. Hush puppy, thank you so much. Um African Americans Anonymous, thank you so much. Two L's, of course. We got Chi Chi Bun Chi Chi. Sambry. Hey girl, Sambry. Yeah, that's oh, and Cherie. Black women making money. And QB. Yep, QB. It was QB and Hush Puppy holding it down, and Tiff Strawberry. Thank you. Think that's everybody. Yeah, that's QB. So yeah, I thank you all for interacting with me. I'm going to give everybody shout outs because it's got to be incentives. Also, I've been thinking about it because I do have a couple of members. I see y'all and I ain't figured about y'all, and I'm trying to figure out like what type of things that we could do to make it worth your while. And I was thinking about maybe I will reserve the more ratchet stuff for the members because I try to keep it real meaningful here, but we like to laugh and we like to key. And I was thinking about, I already told y'all about wanting to rewatch Love and Hip Hop. And incidentally, Mimi Faust has done an interview with, is that Carlos King? And I saw it and I was like, I kind of want to watch this because she's pissing me off a little bit. Like she's pissing me off. Like Mimi, you can't. And then I was watching Alexander Rogers today talking about it, and he was saying because I haven't watched it yet. I just saw like a clip of a clip before, and he was basically talking about how she's talking. I'm like, oh yeah, she's gonna piss me off real bad. Let me go watch her because low key, high key, um, loving hip hop, all the reality shows because I was set for the first ever episode ever of Big Brother. So that just shows you how old I am, and that just shows you what's what. So I'm a reality TV person from way back. And Surreal Life, the one that had Flavor Flav on it with Bridget Nielsen, like that was my shit. So I really did enjoy reality TV, and some of the best reality TV was Love and Hip Hop Atlanta with Stevie J, beginnings of Stevie J and Jocelyn and Mimi. So I know we wanted to watch Peter Guns again, but we might have to watch, we definitely going to have to watch Stevie J and them again. But yeah, I do want to watch that interview with Mimi. So I'm thinking anyway, that's going to be something I do with members. So I also have my email is up here. So if you have any things that y'all will want to talk to me about, this members and non-members, anything that y'all will want to see me talk about or anything you think I need to know that I don't already know about. Also, shout out to Amethyst. She was the one that gave me that thesis, that master's thesis from Kevin Roberts. So shout out to her. Things like that. I'm down for a good article, a good thing. Yeah, so that is pretty much it. I'm going to go ahead and get this intro started, and then we can get into the meat and potatoes of why we're here.
You in charge of the girls, right? I am in charge of the girls. Are you in charge of the girls? I am in charge of the girls.
Okay. So we're here to discuss um we're discussing entitlement. We're discussing entitlement specifically surrounding, we talk about self actualization here. So we're discussing entitlement specifically surrounding you becoming more of the person you aspire to be, and the people around you, it could be family, it could be friends, just people that you have been familiar with up into that point, starting to treat you differently, more specifically starting to show up as a hater in your life. Now for me, this is something that i I have been uncomfortable with as a person, as an individual, just the idea of haters. This isn't necessarily about me having haters, although I may or may not disclose some things, but because it's not about me per se, but it is an experience I've experienced. I'll just say this, even before I was willing to acknowledge the idea of haters, I have experienced situations where I was acutely aware that people just couldn't take me because they just couldn't handle me showing up as my authentic self, me being comfortable in my own skin when they weren't, me being, I don't know, just me just being, honestly, because I'm a pretty unassuming person. I think anybody that has been in community with me here knows that, you know, I tend to be a pretty good support person. Like that's how I naturally show up, is as someone who is supportive, not necessarily someone who is looking for the spotlight or looking to be highlighted or anything like that. So, but I have distinct, memory of times when people just did not like me and came to me and straight up said to me something along the lines of, you think you're better. And it's just like, I don't think I'm better, I think you think that I'm better, type of thing. So that being said, it makes it more complicated when it's somebody that you love, or someone you feel like you should love, or somebody you feel like you should be able to be safe and comfortable around. So we're going to be talking about like managing others' entitlement to your success when while you're transcending your circumstances. Because where I come from with this platform, and this is this idea that we're all kind of maybe wanting things, or wishing things could be different, and not necessarily knowing how to get there, not knowing what we need to do, who we need to be, how we need to show up. And we're trying to figuring that out. And then now you're to a point where you're being successful at it, and people are starting to see the difference, outside of your little sphere of how you're being treated in the world, or how you're being recognized for your work and your talents or whatever, So now they're feeling like, oh, well, either you shouldn't have it, or if you're going to have it, they should also have it, and at, an equal level or something like that. So that's where we're coming from with the conversation. Um, in my experience, like I said, as someone who, I was always very uncomfortable with the idea of haters, because to me, it felt like people who believe in haters, and people who, it just seemed like the people who was always talking about haters were people who wanted haters. You get what I'm saying? Like they liked the idea of being so whatever that people would hate on them. And for me, I felt like that was honestly, that was kind of low class, in the sense of like, I talk about privilege. So I'm like, if I'm doing well, I'm going to be so busy enjoying how well I'm doing, that I'm not going to have time to spend so much time focusing on and talking to, and wrapping my mind around what haters are thinking. You get what I'm saying? And there are some people who, when they get a little bit of visibility, it seems like all they focus on is the people they assume don't like them, or the people that they are perceiving don't like them, or this idea that somebody somewhere is trying to knock them off of this pedestal they now believe they're on. So that was always a weird, I didn't necessarily like that, and I didn't want to be like that. But I also recognized that being concerned about that was one of the things that was holding me back from actually taking steps that I could take to be more successful, be more, and thus more visible. And so recognizing that relationship between your identity and then so there for your choices and therefore what your life is looking like, whether it looks like the way you want it to look or you're just kind of sitting back on your haunches. So ultimately, this is we're going to talk about these other people, but this is more so about introspection, right? So as we're watching these things, I want you to ask yourself, what does this reveal about my boundary responses? What does this reveal about, how I'm relating to people or how I'm requiring or not people to relate to me? Those types of things. Just kind of look at, what you can apply and where you can apply it. So before we get started, I know Glorilla is on the thing, and that is in and of itself. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it all the way through the sisters thing because it looked like it's over an hour long. The stuff the sister was saying, if she started getting on my nerves or talking crazy, I ain't gonna watch the whole thing. And I don't feel like we probably should have to watch the whole thing to get the gist of like what her stuff is. But I've never sat and watched everything she said. Everything I know about this is secondhand information that I've gotten from other people's commentary about it. So this would be the first time of me sitting and watching exactly what the sister said. And then I also have what Glorilla said. So that's going to be the last bit of stuff that we watch. But I have something to kind of set the tone. This is a lady, I saw her on TikTok. It's not funny, but it's funny. I came across one of these videos like a couple weeks ago when I saw it, and I was like, I might want to use that for something, but I wasn't sure. And then I also have some stuff pertaining to Beyonce recently. I don't know if any of y'all were privy to that. So that is going on. And then we're going to work our way up to Glorilla. But first, we will go here. Oh, don't start playing either. Also, I gotta speed it. We're gonna do, can we do 1.25? I'm gonna do 1.25 because I'm trying to make sure I don't get copyright or whatever. So we'll see. I hope y'all can see it. Let me know in the comments when I started if y'all can see what it says. Otherwise, I'm gonna I'll read it to y'all. Hey Yami, are you like that good? Hey BM. Who else came in? Checking on everybody. Okay, that's everybody.
To have much to realize our high crisis mode. I'm headed to the dictator restraining order. Yes, was falsely called. He had every intention to put me in jail and take my children. When he realized what going to file and order he took legs from the daycare to cut me going. My rent and life he paid my social services but stop don't get through and still it has. I've been living out all the time pizza and those memories. With thoughts to kill before anything else. Because I'm still very different and young did nothing. After saying I got you. And how this man does my baby and I have played this game. It touches is your mom's friend, your business and also making money. Don't have a limited money. My insurance cancelled the world appointment for 10 million as well. Your mom works. And he's helping everyone. How much can tell and also and those much like our but shut down. No repays never. There you have but it did still use it but you stop. I have to your it's into and don't know what you do for it. Several times. But do what you promise me. So if you don't worry, that's what here. You need a contract and said don't have to take nor do have lost in my credit card. Have never leaned on your that's for real. I tell no. Maybe I have been dead in 30 years. You got your time for you. But I'm going to short with another problem here. Sometimes I don't have what so you can because after being magic. You're the insider. You have time for this. And go back to the village. So you don't have to wait on something. Remember, I'm not a millionaire. You're you also know your mother pretty good and be out of money. And since just can't afford to you got to tell you also said you wouldn't be responsible for it anymore. Control on the message may even if you can't do the rest.
Can y'all do y'all need me to explain what's going on? Because I will. because I know it's overstimulating me, and I'm saying, but I just don't want it to do the thing. I'm gonna just start explaining it. So what's going on is up in the top right, that is the text message conversation between her and her sister. And then she's giving some context in between. So her sister, this is a second TikTok that I saw. The first TikTok that I saw, we're going to watch after this. But she is explaining how her sister, who is the white bubbles, reached out to her. Okay. She's explaining how her sister, who is the white bubbles, reached out to her, poor mouthing, talking about she need money, this and that and the other. So based off of the other TikTok that I saw that we'll watch after this, she had 6 children, 6 different fathers. She was married and divorced 3 times. This is a sister that we're talking about, the white bubbles that was requesting money. And she was requesting money, for rent or whatever else. About $2,000 or so has already been given to her between this woman, the person who's posting, and other family members. But this her sister wants and or needs more, and she's talking about all the stuff she got going on. She got to go to court. The man that did this, the man that took the baby, this is going on, that's going on, blah 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 blah. And the sister is responding to her in kind of saying, well, hey, I already helped you, and I've helped some other people. On the bottom, you saw some bubbles popping up. She was explaining that she did give her mom some money because her mom does this, some kind of business, and it wasn't going well. So she had given her mom some money. Her brother had hurt his back, so she had given her brother some money at a certain point. This is going to come into play in the second TikTok we watch. But she was basically like, I can't help you. And she happened to be on vacation in Turks and Caicos at the time. So the sister is going back and forth with her, and the messaging, I'll put the what's a face here for y'all to see it on your own time too, if you want to. But the sister is basically like, oh, you ain't ish, why you not helping me, you helping this person, you helping that person, blah 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 blah, and all of these things. So she's showing the progression of this conversation. I feel like we can just skip to the next one now. This one can go away. Wait, what happened? Oh, Cherish. I gotta watch that later. Sorry, I messed something up. I closed the thing up, but we could watch the other thing in a second. So we're going to watch the second one. That was the one I saw where it's going to be a phone message. I love a good voice message, a voice note. The sister's leaving a voice note, basically cussing this lady out because she won't give her no money. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't be laughing, but people are really freaking crazy. Because she really is cussing her out. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to share that. I want to speed it up. I hope y'all can hear it and understand it. Should I speak? Maybe I'll slow it down. Maybe if I slow it down some, it'll work better. Or it'll let me do it. I don't know.
You didn't hear me? Oh, you keep saying talk about this $200,000, bitch. That's not what the fuck I'm saying. I sent a voice note to you, my mama, and my brother saying even if y'all can't do that, I'm asking for other resources. You at least have $50 on your gas in my car. Bitch, and what you did is fucking FaceTime me from Turks motherfucking Caicos and show me your motherfucking credit card bill. I'm not gonna play with you, my punk ass, weak ass mama, and my hoe ass brother at all. I didn't unblock you for this. I was only letting you know what the fuck is going on. I need to go to the DA to get my motherfucking son. And I need to go ahead and get the rest of this stuff filled out for my disability and filled out for my insurance so I can go get seen. But if you want to sit up there and make yourself feel better because you know you fucked up, because once again, the conversation that we had, you know your mama was playing you out of motherfucking. She been playing you out of mother. She's an able-bodied working person, bitch. You pay her rent and not the rent of your sister who's disabled, that's still recovering. Make that make motherfucking sense. So what I'm gonna say to you, Candace, respectfully, fuck you. Fuck you. Tell your friends, your husband, and everybody else that I'm mad about $2,000. Bitch, I'm not your mama, hoe. Your mama played you out of money, bitch. Not me. I sent this voice note, hoe, because I wanted you to hear my motherfucking voice. Now I'm finna block your bitch ass again, and you can go cry in the motherfucking corner and miss me whenever the fuck you want to, but don't hit my motherfucking phone, bitch.
So yeah, that's what's going on. That's what's going on with them. So it's clearly not just Glorilla. It's in the air. It's not just Glorilla's sister that's feeling a type of way about people. The part that really got me though, the part that really got me was when she said, "You'll pay." She's an able-bodied working person, and you'll pay her motherfucking rent, but you won't pay mine. Whoa, whoa! I was just like, you really thought those words and then let them come out of you. You know how I talk about stuff coming past your nose. Like, I get how you might feel that in your head, how that might be something that you would think of in your head as an individual. You know, you have your own perspective or whatever like that. But the fact that you let that come out of your mouth towards somebody and was dead serious about it, I was just like, oh, that's how we do things. Mind you, as a beneficiary of, the kindness of my family. I always talk about how much help I've had with my kids and everything since I had my first child at 18 and everything like that. It was never something I felt entitled to. You get what I'm saying? Like, I feel blessed that I felt comfortable enough to come to my people and ask, but I never came and asked or came in need and felt like if they said no, that made them wrong about something. You get what I'm saying? So that's very mind blowing for me. Mind blowing for me. Now I want to go on to Beyonce. So I don't know how familiar you guys are with this situation. Beyonce, I'll let the girl explain. Ain't even no point in me trying to explain it. I'll let the girl explain it herself. Mind you, this is somebody else's TikTok. They must have put it up because I went to the girls' page. I didn't see it anymore. So we'll see. Hold on, girl. Just calm down, girl. Okay.
Few years, and I didn't because I was nervous to record myself and post it. But I'm at the point where why not? So this is a story time, kind of, but also kind of a plea for help from the TikTok fam about my dad and Beyonce. Yes, that Beyonce. So my dad was Beyonce's stage manager and production manager for over 20 years. You can look him up. His Terry Cooley. And this is him. This is also him. This is back in 2013. This is a meme that went viral on TikTok, on Twitter a long time ago of him. And this is him. And this is actually, I'll link it in the bottom. This is actually a short film that Beyonce had her team make. It's about 2.5 minutes. I encourage you guys to go watch it. It'll really substantiate what I'm about to say. But it was about the work. It's called Mrs. Carter Go for Terry. And it's about the work that my dad did with her and did for over 2 decades. And this is my dad. And this is me and my brothers and my mom. And this was at my graduation. And so that's my family. So here it goes. My dad worked for Beyonce again for a really long time. And throughout those years, he was, you know, the stage production manager. And for those of you who don't know what that position entails, it's everything. She is known for putting on some of the most elaborate, amazing, beautiful tours, concerts ever, and my dad was at the heart of them. There's usually a couple different stage and production managers, one that designs the stage and controls the design of the stage, and then one who oversees the creation of the stage and the actual show, putting on the show, piecing everything together. And that is my dad. He is the heart and soul behind the Beyonce that you guys know, behind the performances and the shows put on by the Beyonce that you all know. So yeah. So around a couple of years before COVID, maybe a year before COVID, my dad, who also tours with other people, whenever Beyonce's not on tour, he's toured with many, many other people. And so at the time, he was doing I believe, a residency with Mariah Carey in Las Vegas. And there was an incident where, you know, it's kind of complicated, but essentially he collapsed and he was having some issues with his neck, some impinged nerves. They had to take him to the hospital. He had to be taken off the residency. He came home. He ended up having to get surgery. It was a pretty big deal. But the I guess diagnosis was essentially that my dad was overworked. And that's not by any fault particularly of Beyonce or anybody else. My dad's just a really hard worker. And going back, if you go watch this video, it will exemplify that. My dad worked, 22-hour days when he was on tour, and he'd be on tour for months at a time, traveling the world. So you go from airplane to tour bus to working 24-hour days, setting up, starting, closing down a show, sleeping for 3 hours, and then doing it in another city the next day. So my dad worked his ass off my entire life. And as a result, he ended up having some very extensive and severe physical trauma. So he ended up getting treated. He got his surgery, and then COVID happened. And when COVID happened, there were no tours. And my dad got paid on a as work basis. So when there's no tours, there's no money. And so during those couple of years during COVID where there were no tours to be had, my dad had to use his savings to pay all of my family's bills. And that ran out. And so the house that my parents built when I was little and that I grew up in, my parents had to sell it because they didn't have any money. And so they sold their house and moved into my grandmother's house. And then less than a year later, the Hurricane Helene hit and my grandmother's house flooded. And it flooded about 5 feet and my parents were displaced. My grandmother went and moved into my aunt's house, and my parents, by the grace of God, literally, and our church and the connections in our small town, were able to move into a home owned by this man from our community who's been so kind to let them stay there for over a year, during which time my dad has done everything he can to fix the house, but financially it's just they're at a stopping point and they can't get back into their home. But nevertheless, going back into how this is relevant to Beyonce, my dad spent a few years during COVID rehabilitating, and he never fully got back to, the physical ability level that he was at before his incident. But nevertheless, he rehabilitated himself extensively. And he was elated when he got a job opportunity to go with Beyonce to a hotel opening, if I'm remembering correctly, in Dubai. And so, this was a big deal. This was the first time my dad had gone back out into the field since his injury. He was excited. He missed his work. He needed the money, right? So he goes out to Dubai. And I can't remember exactly how long he was out there for, but essentially he got fired because of his physical state. The team that was working for Beyonce at the time, and mind you, again, my dad has been not only on Beyonce's team, but one of the head people in Beyonce's team for 20 plus years, since he was working with us, since she was in Destiny's Child. They decided that he just wasn't keeping up enough because he couldn't walk fast enough and he couldn't move quickly enough, even though there are plenty of positions that they could have given him where he could sit behind a desk and help design the stage, or, have fewer, maybe not be expected to work 24 hours straight, right? But rather than make accommodations, they made the determination to let him go. So long story short, here we are today in 2026. And my dad has been out of work for a few years. And they being my mom and dad, have hit a financial wall that my brothers and I can only help so much with, because this is the American economy, right? We have to take care of a million things. And I worry about my dad because he put his heart and his soul into Beyonce's career, and other celebrities too, but primarily her. And they cut him loose and fired him after 20-something years of service, after he gave his health and his body to helping her succeed. And without so much as a livable or a substantial severance. So where we're at now is that my dad is suffering financially, and he's suffering emotionally because he was basically, my boyfriend compared it to Cam Newton the other night, if you're a football fan, but, those who know that, I guess Cam Newton said once that he knows in his mind that he's done playing football, but he doesn't know in his heart. And that's my dad. Sorry. So anyway, I'll make this short. My dad has given his all to his career, and the fact that it was cut short is really painful to him. And so that, plus the fact that financially it has crippled him, has put him in a terrible place that I never want to see someone that I love, let alone my dad, who I look up to and is the light of my life. So if you could go watch the video, that'd be great. And if you could tag Beyonce and ask her to make things right with my dad, and maybe apologize for disregarding the career that they had, that would be great. I don't know. And if you have anything nice to say that I could pass along to him, that would be great, because he deserves it. And that's it. Thanks for watching.
Get ready to go, guys. All right, guys, get ready to start the show. Everyone stand by. Here we go again, right? All right, now, go.
Hey, Derek. On my way down. The cab already been advanced. I see myself as someone who basically can get a show built, create a consistent performing environment, and to be connected to the show is really important to me. We create the world out here. It's a little traveling city, a little traveling community that goes place to place. certain excitement, there's a certain fulfillment that happens from being out here on the road, seeing the crowd, seeing the product at the end of the day, connecting to the artists and feeling proud of your show.
All right, guys, get ready to start this show. Everyone stand by.
I've stage managed Beyonce probably more than any other artist.
1 minute.
Get ready to go, guys. Go again, right?
All right, now. Go.
I really care deeply about her well-being and her performing environment on stage. People see mostly results of our work, but not all the things it takes to get our jobs done. And at the end of the day, we get ready to do it again.
Okay. So, Bonnie, go ahead and replay it. Put it on 2x speed. But okay. Just taking it in. Just taking it in. Processing. I did see this before already, mind you, but I just wanted to rewatch it and kind of refresh on it. So, off the bat, he does incredible work. I've watched all of Beyonce's performance movies and things like that. I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly which productions he worked on with her and which ones he didn't. But if it was 20 some odd years worth of work, then more than I've probably seen multiple of his work, is what I'm saying. Everything I've ever seen from her is stellar. It's executed on a high level. It is, stunning and awe-inspiring, all of the things. And then I was blessed enough to be able to go and see Cowboy Carter. I started to wear my Cowboy Carter shirt tonight, but I was like, nah, I ain't gonna do all that. I'm gonna do all that because people will be like, you just a part of the beehive. But whatever. So I don't know if he did Cowboy Carter or not. I'm guessing he wasn't able to do Cowboy Carter. So that being said, he is worth every penny of what he has been paid, for his services, and I'm sure he was paid handsomely for his services. Another thing from watching, and I'll come back to that after the fact. Let's just stick to him. What else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, she was clear about the fact that whatever physical injuries he sustained, he did not sustain while in Beyonce's employ. That happened while he was working with Mariah Carey. I would also add, she emphasized, I don't know his whole resume and who he started with where and how he started with, and if Beyonce was the first major person he started with or whatever. I don't know what that is about it, but I do understand, and I'm sure that because Beyonce is such a standard, is the standard in terms of performances and a lot of things within that industry, that Mariah Carey job probably stemmed from his reputation for working with Beyonce. I would assume. I could be wrong. I'm okay with being wrong. This is me just trying to deal with the information that was given, right? But regardless, he has had an illustrious career, very well known, very well respected, all of those things. But it sounds like he was a contractor. Like it sounds like, I mean, and I don't know their paperwork situation, but it sounds like he was a contractor. He was contracted to work with Beyonce each and every time he worked with Beyonce. Now, has the scope of his many contracts with Beyonce or contract work with Beyonce spanned over 20 some odd years? Okay. Yeah, but he is not her employee. Um, that being said, also, she said that he was unable to work at the same uh at the same pace and whatnot that he was working at. And I want to be clear. This is not a thing of like I oh yeah, I forgot to say this. This was most important. Take everything I just said, clip it, put it to the side. We're going to put this in front of it and then we can put it back where it was, right? Um I don't believe billionaires are something that is necessary. Billionaires are not ethical. Um the idea of billionaires and trying to be make the most money, this extreme of capitalism is killing us. It's killing the earth. It's not a good thing for humanity. um is it nice sometimes to see people achieving things and living their dreams to the fullest extent and all that other stuff? Yes. Is it nice sometimes to be able to revel in a world that was meant to have black people, all the way down under the feet of the lowest rung on the totem pole, ascending to the highest of highs? Absolutely. It's inspiring, all of those things. But the material reality is that capitalism is killing us. I acknowledge that, I can hold multiple truths that we have no choice but to hold multiple truths. Um, what else? I'll get to that other stuff as we go on. That being said, he sounded like he was a contractor. I was very put off by her language and her positioning. And what was interesting to me is that when I looked at her original post and I was in her original post and I was reading the comments, you had a mix of people, but there were a lot of people that basically the consensus was, because the way she framed it was like, oh, well, based off of him having known her for 20 some odd years and worked for her and she enjoyed his work and all of those things, which it sounds like he was paid each and every time that he was able to execute. He was paid, but he wasn't able to execute this last time, and so he was let go. It sounds like she wanted Beyonce to treat this man as a friend, and or I believe that Beyonce did treat him as a colleague. She treated him as a contractor and a colleague and whatnot, because that was the nature of their relationship. But it sounded like this girl felt like he and Beyonce were closer. Now, I was not there, so I don't know what their conversations was. I don't know if they talked to each other outside of these productions. Like, I don't know if she was there pretending to be his friend or anything like that. And I'm not necessarily saying that. I think that they never spoke to each other and he was just there and he couldn't look at her and this and that and the other. I'm pretty sure that they had many talks and good times and fun and camaraderie and all of those things. What I'm saying is, outside of the business aspect of the function he was there to fulfill, and what it sounds like he was compensated, again, whenever he could execute, that he was fully compensated, and I'm sure that bag was big. Okay. When he could execute, unfortunately he got to a point where he could not execute and he was let go. The framing of this idea that Beyonce was supposed to shape her tour, and these, each one of her tours and each one of her thing is the pinnacle at that point of her career at those times, and she was supposed to shape her tour and retrofit her tour and the things that needed to happen, last minute, because this she was used to him functioning at a certain level. So last minute, he didn't even know, nobody knew at the time. Beyonce was then supposed to retrofit what she had going on around this man's circumstances. Again, this is not me trying to be inhumane and say, oh, F him, he could die. It's not that, but I'm talking about the framing of the zooming out into the situation objectively of the different components of what's going on here. This young lady is saying that she felt like Beyonce should have accommodated her father specifically within this massive thing that we all know her productions are. She should have accommodated her father. because her father had been contracted to her and successfully executed for 20 some odd years. That doesn't seem right. And then the language being used of making it right. What exactly are we making right? What exactly did Beyonce do wrong? And as someone who doesn't like technicalities and things like that, this ain't even a technicality. What did this woman do to him? You said he got hurt at Mariah Carey's situation. She took him on. I mean, I'm sure she didn't know he was hurt or, whatever, but she said, hey, yeah, come on. I love how you do what you do. I will absolutely pay you, let's go. And then he came and he wasn't producing at the level that she knew him to, at his standard that she knew him to be at, that she was expecting. And then she let him go. And so it sounds like this girl was expecting Beyonce to make everything that was going wrong in this man's life correct and balance out and basically restabilize this man's life, whether through her money and or again building her show around this man's capacity. Mind you, that also let's get into this, because again, I've watched her production video. She did a production video on her, but she also does production videos on her. So this woman don't be eating. This woman don't be eating. She be breastfeeding. She be doing all type, like she is handling her life right alongside of her job of creating these experiences for it's not like this is someone who is just, in the spa all day and then she just breezes in and sings a few songs and do a little 1-2 and then going about her business. This woman be putting her whole body, soul, bone, and blood into what she does. And this girl is saying that she wronged, not just like, oh, it would be nice, would she be willing to do this thing? She needs to make it right. She did something wrong. That's where I'm just like, it felt entitled, is what to me, what she said, how she said it, what she meant, because a lot of people were in there like trying to, oh no, maybe in this, that, and the other, and No, she feels like because Beyonce is Beyonce, Beyonce gets the money she gets, Beyonce is successful as she is, Beyonce seems to have all of what she has, that she should have stabilized this man's life and this man's situation. Simply because he was near her and was able to be near her. And again, this is not trying to take away from his work, whatever. It doesn't even really matter what shows he did. Beyonce stuff, she has a reputation and she always delivers on these experiences. So whatever things that he did an amazing job at. And again, he was worth every penny. But it sounds like this man was a contractor, which means he had his own business or he was able to position himself to be able to work with all these different artists. The way this girl framed it, saying that Beyonce should have accommodated him on set, it sounds like he didn't have a plan for getting older. It sounds like he never thought about what it would take for him to recalibrate in old age in case he got sick, in case he got injured, in case something had. And this is not me saying like, oh, fuck him, he was wrong. It's not about wrong or right. It's about assessing the situation. It sounds like this was a man with a business and he did not take the time to think of himself in a way of saying, okay, this is the level that I have brought to my work, moving through this industry. What happens if I get hurt? What happens if, I'm not able to run around? How it was up to him to make those accommodations for himself. I remember, was it for whatever the last production movie she did. I remember she was listen, and somebody asked, yes, she where is it? Somebody asked me something. Yes. Yes. Shouldn't matter, but matters. But yes. I don't know about this. But I bet not. And she probably shouldn't have to and didn't have to if he was working with Beyonce and he was doing what they're saying he was doing. So be clear, it's not me saying like, oh yeah, it sucks to be you. I'm saying like it sounds like this was a businessman who didn't take into account that he would get older and would maybe need to make some adjustments. So once this injury happened and he needed to calibrate. And it sounds like this girl is saying that, well, Beyonce should have been. The part that, and people may think that it's because it's Beyonce that I'm feeling what I'm feeling, but I'm actually feeling what I'm feeling as a woman and as a, because I'm not a people pleaser. I don't think I've ever been a people pleaser, but I am a soother. And I am a tuning fork within a room. So whatever space I'm in, if I feel disharmony, I naturally move to balance it out. So as someone who that is just something innate within me, as I've gotten older, I've had to come to grips with building boundaries around my sense of responsibility for doing that in different spaces and for different people, because there are people, and I'm not saying this man was like a reckless man, I'm just saying there are people that when it comes to women, when it comes to certain situations or just dynamics period, people will make assumptions that you as the person who normally does it, they're used to you doing it, or if they just assume you should do it based off of their perceptions of you or whatever, when you don't show up in that way to be that stabilizer, people will then vilify you and or try to make you wrong, try to make you into the bad guy in the situation, if not attack you or something like that. There's an entitlement that people have to women, to Black women specifically, in situations where it's not, we're not dealing with billionaires and stuff. But I've also been working on my own things around money and my own perceptions around, discomfort of having money and this and that and the other, blah, blah, blah. And one of the things that I realized, and I was talking about this with like different friends of mine, that when I think about Beyonce and I think about Oprah and I think about, different people who have money and the things that people say about them and things that people come at them for and what it is, yes, there are things that Beyonce have done and I'm like, girl, there are things that Beyonce and her husband, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, fuck y'all. You know what I mean? Like, so it's not a thing where I'm just like, they can do no wrong and they shouldn't have to worry about anything and they're not responsible for anything and just let them have money. It's not that, but it is a thing of me looking and going, okay, but this is some bullshit too, because just because someone has money does not mean that you or other people are entitled to it to stabilize you in that way outside of those channels of like philanthropy, or you know what I mean, like there are ways that people and entities and structures are built to give back. And yes, there are people in place right now that Beyonce has been around and that are trying to dismantle all that and taking all of that stuff away. I totally get that. But I'm saying, like, in this, despite all of that, in this specific situation, I can still sit and say that the expectation that was put on this woman based off of that girl's language and her own expression of the situation, that it's not fair or reasonable to have expected this woman to stabilize this man in ways that she has had to manage for herself as an entertainer. She had to create a structure around how she was going to get paid and compensated, correctly, and the checks and the balances, and also making sure that her body is correct, and making sure her skills are up to par, and making sure that she's on top of the list. Like, there's a lot that has gone into, and she had to build it and structure it and create it. And through his association with her and his talent, his own talent and his own work, he was able to build a life where he too could be a creative that could build a life around his creativity. But he did not take the time to factor in all of these other things. You get what I'm saying? And so to say, because he was with her, that, oh, well, he's actually the one behind all of this stuff, even though this is her vision. These are her visions, and she's very meticulous about what it is she wants and where she's going. Yes, it is an amazing feat for him or any person to be able to execute her vision, but it is still hers. And she had to refine her vision. She had to articulate her vision. She had to build a team that could, and would articulate it. And she has shown in her behind the scenes movies and stuff that even with her being Beyonce, she still has to say to people, hey, why aren't you listening to me? Hey, I said I wanted this, and you're just telling me it's not possible, but I actually went and looked myself, even though I shouldn't have to, because that's your job and I'm paying you to do it. And I had to find this thing and do it for myself. So this is someone that's still dealing with being a woman and Black and all the other things that, those of us, but she just happens to be able to do it at that level and to that level of a payoff. You know what I mean? But my point is, she's still doing a lot of the same things and dealing with a lot of the same things that we are dealing with, despite her privilege, despite her wealth, and all of those things. Does that mean that, oh, woe is her, and I wanna give up, what little pittance of comfort I have so that she can? No, that's not what I'm saying. But let's be real here. My point is that for me, that is akin, what that woman did is akin to, what that lady's sister was doing, and then what Glorilla's sister is doing, and we're going to get into that. But yeah, sorry, I went on a little tangent. I went on a little rant. It says she's giving her bad press, and Rock Nation will not be happy about. I wonder if. I mean, everybody always is, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's always easy. I think it's always easy, and that's one of those things when I'm dealing with. I talk about abundance thresholds and calibrating yourself to. First of all, I believe in, like I said, I'm a calibrator within a space. That is something that I've learned to articulate and understand about myself, and understand that is the part of the value that I bring into situations. And being someone who, like I said, does that and it's an innate thing that I do, recognizing that yes, people are entitled to that. They feel entitled to, oh, make me feel better. They feel entitled to, oh, everything is crazy, you need to make the room stop spinning, type of thing. But the room is spinning for me too, especially depending on who the person is and their connection to me. The room is spinning for me too. And not only is the room spinning for me too, I'm trying to figure out how to make money. I'm trying to figure out how to get by. I'm trying to figure out how to be present for my daughter and provide her the things that she needs monetarily, emotionally, mentally, all of those things. I'm trying not to go crazy about all the horrors in the world. I'm having to grapple with all these same things and more. But yet you expect me to do these certain things, again, because of your perception of me, of where I am in society, of what I should or should not expect for myself. And I'm still trying to dream. I'm still trying to create. I'm still trying to do all of these things. And for me, as someone who recognizes that battle day to day, every day, what do you think I think it'll make me feel like when I see a Beyonce or I see a Glorilla or I see a Megan Thee Stallion or I see any of these women, that I may look to say, oh, that's what success looks like for a woman like me. What do you think that's going to make me feel like, I don't know if I can handle that. You get what I'm saying? And so I'm saying that's how I've been looking at celebrity mess lately in terms of like, wow, I wouldn't want to, I don't think I would want to be Beyonce. I said, who did I say that to? I feel like I said that either to Alicia or to Concern. And I was like, I wouldn't want to be Beyonce. I wouldn't want to be Beyonce because every time something happens, she's a witch. She did this, she did that. She's moving heaven and earth to mess up people's lives. You know what I mean? And the same thing with a lot of different celebrities. It's like to wake up and be like, I just wanted to sing. Like I just wanted to sing and dance and or paint or whatever you do. And for me, that is one of those fear things of as I'm trying to, accomplish my goals and whatever I'm doing here and other things I'm doing in my life. But I don't really want to have to deal with people with haters because it is haters that will come and create these things and turn you into the villain into their story. It's these haters that, like I said, I've experienced, me and my no money, me and my belly and my rolls and my no butt and everything else has experienced people coming to me the same way people came to Beyonce, basically saying you are wrong for being comfortable when I'm not. You are wrong for being content in a situation that I wouldn't be able to be content in. You are wrong for seeming to have stuff I've never seen you with, but you just come off like you have this and that and the other when I can't seem to figure out how to get these things for myself. You are wrong for existing. And not only are you wrong for existing, you are wrong for existing in a way that makes me feel lesser. That is what stands out to me about this. It's not about the money. It's not, like I said, I would not want to be a billionaire. I would not want that level of visibility. At the I think when I sit and think, and I've honestly been thinking about like what my aspirations are for myself, I might, I don't even think I could fathom hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm gonna be honest with you. But for the things that I want for myself, I don't need that. I don't need hundreds of millions of dollars. I wouldn't need, like I wouldn't need that to be happy. And I don't know, this is not me speculating on who needed what. Beyonce wanted to have that much money or nothing like that. I do know that, she wanted to be a performer at the level of Michael Jackson. So that was going to come with that kind of money because his money was long. So that just comes with that dream. But I'm saying for me, my only dream is to have a nice bit of land, have enough money to leave some stuff for my babies. And if I have grandbabies, have enough to be able to say my time here was well spent. That's all I want. And also to be able to leave, my thought processes and things for y'all. That's all I want for me. Right? I think it's sad though. She said that girl. Honestly, it was giving that because it was basically giving like, oh, my little world has fallen apart, and because my father was close enough to Beyonce to be able to say like he had a phone number or whatever like that, I just feel like she should have did it. Mind you, I feel like Michelle was going through some things within the last decade or so. I feel like Michelle was struggling a little bit, but even she didn't have the gall or the nerve to come out and say, oh, Beyonce did it. You get what I'm like? If the people that are closest to Beyonce, that we know are the closest to Beyonce, don't even act that familiar with, you get what I'm saying? Like who? And I wonder if, I would hope her father was like, take that shit down. You know what? Because it's just, it's unprofessional. Like who do you think you are? And I'm just, take Beyonce out of it. Right? Like, take Beyonce out of me. I get that the nature of what she was talking about had to do with like money and stuff like that. So we're going to think Beyonce because she has, more money than God at this point. But I'm saying that the way she went about it, like I said, the framing of it, you telling the story, it doesn't sound like any of this has anything to do with this woman. You get what I'm saying? Like, take Beyonce out, put anybody else in, it still doesn't make any sense. The only person it might have made a little bit of sense with would be Mariah Carey, but she couldn't say Mariah Carey because she's saying that, oh, well, Beyonce has the most money and he worked with Beyonce the longest, but he wasn't working with Beyonce when he got hurt. He wasn't working with Beyonce when he got hurt. And people were saying stuff like, oh, he didn't think to save money and this and that and the other. And I don't think that's fair. Like she said, he had some money and they went through the money. Like, I get all of that. So it's not me trying to say like, oh, well, he just ain't. I'm saying like, it's not about him because I don't know what he was saying. I'm gonna let it stand on the merit of who was talking. She was talking. So this, I'm not gonna make this about that man. He's going through a lot, right? But she was out of line. Miss Girl was out of line. Yeah. Let me see what y'all saying. She said, I'd rather be insurance rich or cash poor for situations. Girl, okay. If I was beyond, like, it's no wonder that she completely just checks out because the level of stuff that it goes from something like that all the way up or down, however you want to think about it, to her being a witch and doing blood sacrifice. Now, considering all the stuff that's been going on with the Epstein files and this and that and the other, okay, but what does Beyonce have to do with it? You get what I'm saying? Like, I get they're saying rich people were doing that stuff and this. I get it. But that girl mama worked in a hair salon. You get like this wasn't that. Hey, Nikki. Yeah, it was very unprofessional. It said the situation is sad, but she gotta have more tech. I think that this is a result of, I think, for one, the visibility of social media where everybody feels like, they can have a platform and they can have a soapbox and they can have a movement and a this and a that and the other. So I do feel like it gets to a point where everybody doesn't have a cause. Just because you going through something doesn't necessarily mean you have a cause. And in this case, like I said, she wasn't even framing it like, oh, Beyonce should have some things. And I think Beyonce should take this opportunity to put some things in place for any of her workers. Like Beyonce can have opportunity to put things in place so that I feel like because she has enough money and influence and stuff, maybe she could lead the charge in trying to help the industry figure out how to do this type of thing for workers like him. She said, no, you should have took care of my daddy. You should have took care of my daddy so that we didn't have to go through any of the things we're going through. You should have given my daddy special treatment. You should have propped him up on pillows and let him, point around to everyone and tell them what to do. And you should have figured out how to make that work for you. That's what she said. She said you should have accommodated him in his infirmary to be able to still do what it was he was doing. That means he can't do what he was doing. And my thing is, again, what I'm saying is her taking it, if this is his business, it's up to him to, whatever his processes are, it's up to him to figure out, okay, and what if I get hurt? How do I make sure that my output of work doesn't change because I can't physically do it? What are some things? I know what it is that I do day to day. So how can I, accommodate myself in the case that something like this happens? How can I streamline my processes so that I can step back and let other people shoot? And how about this? As someone who, but then again, I know that probably would cost more, but sometimes you got to be brave enough to say, look, my mind is what you're paying for. You're not really paying for my work. You're not paying for my physical labor. You're paying for my mind. You're paying for my ability to execute your vision. And so if I need a team to do it and I need to charge a little bit more to do it, then I'm going to charge a little bit more to do it. But if you want it done how I do it, then you're going to have to pay me. That's what Beyonce does. And guess what? I don't think if he's everything they say he is, and I'm not trying to say he's not, but if he's everything they say he is, and he said, hey, yesterday's price is not today's price. I have a bigger team. You know, I'm getting a little older, but I still am sharp and we'll get it done. And I promise you, it's not going to be no hiccups, whatever. And he was able to deliver on that. I'm pretty sure that he would still be working to her till his dying day if that's what he wanted. Because she seems like somebody who respects excellence and precision, and that's all she wants for her shows. So you saying, oh, well, you should have just let granddaddy come in and tenderness him his way through. No, that was never going to happen. That was never going to happen. Not with Beyonce, that was never going to happen. And I'm old enough to remember MC Hammer. I'm old enough to remember what happened to MC Hammer. He was trying to carry the whole hood in his pockets of them parachute pants. And he went bankrupt. We are, I was talking about it before, we are communal people, but there need to be checks and balances, and there needs to be structure to it. And what that girl was talking about would open that lady up to a bunch of other people coming in and expecting the same thing. And I'm saying, when I heard what she was saying, I was like, I don't even think, honestly, Kelly got that kind of a deal. I don't think that lady would pay Kelly's bills. And this ain't about a morality or nothing. I'm talking about just common sense and reasonable expectations. I don't think Kelly could ask that lady to pay her bills. So who do you think you are? I'm sorry you lost your childhood home. I'm sorry, all of those things. But really, girl, I just don't. I don't. She said, how was he not performing? Was he on pills on the job? She didn't say. She just said he wasn't. It looked like he was doing a lot of stuff himself. With him being the stage manager, he probably was doing a lot of moving and getting in the corners and making sure screws was right and making sure stuff was. He probably just couldn't keep up with the pace because they had to get everything up for one night, break everything down, ready to travel, get it back up in time for the next show. It seems like she had a few days in between shows, but it is fast paced. It needs to be precise because people could die, things could fall and hurt people, and this, so it's a very precision based, but also efficiency needs to be done. And it sounds like he just was not up to it. He wasn't up to the pace. I'm sure his brain was sharp enough, or maybe it was, sometimes when your body, when stuff is off, you just be off. You're off your game. And he just must not have been on his game and he couldn't keep up. It says, is he union? He probably could have been. That's what's like, I don't know the ins and out, but I know there are some things that are in place, but a lot of stuff when it comes to entertainment business, you just kind of have to look out for yourself. Like I have a cousin has won multiple Emmys. She's at the Winter Olympics right now, working on production type stuff. But she has to manage her jobs and things like, like she has to get her job. She has to line her things up. The industry you're in is what I'm saying. So what you can expect and what you can't expect. And I know for a fact that if he was working with Beyonce that much and that many times, he was probably getting paid. So at what point was the time to sit back and go, okay, what's the exit plan, or what's the plan for as I'm getting older, or you know what I mean? And even because I'm listening when she did, was it Homecoming? And she was talking about how was it Homecoming or Renaissance? I think we might have been Renaissance, where she was saying like her choreography or her doctor or whatever it was saying to her, you can't be doing everything you used to do. You got to chill out. You're over 40 now. You can't be doing everything. And you can see, remember people was talking smack about the fact that she wasn't as, nimble as she used to be. And she wasn't moving as much and as sharply as she used to be. But hey, that's life. And she said she had to dial it back, So I'm saying when it comes to him, if you know what you do, you know how you do what you do. So it's up to you to figure out, okay, if I'm not able to do what and I get, like I said, it was an emergency thing. He hadn't been through it before, and maybe he was thinking he still could, or like I heard that part of it, and I get that as a human being, you just think I'm me. You're not thinking of yourself as like I'm older me. I'm in my unk era type thing. You know what I mean? Like you don't think about how your stuff affects me. Like I be feeling things in my body now that I'm just like, oh, this is aging. This is crazy. You know what I mean? I'm aware of parts of my body that I never had to be aware of before. You know what I mean? But that's a part of aging. So I'm saying, okay, you got to this point where unfortunately it caught you off guard and you weren't able to meet your same standard. This is a standard he had met many, 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 many times because she said she kept bringing him back. So it's not like she was expecting him to do something she hadn't already seen him do before. But this is it's up to you to figure out how to keep up with you. You know, they say like you're your biggest competition or something like that. You know what I mean? So it's again, this is nothing towards that man because I haven't heard him say anything. This was surely his daughter, but that was very audacious of her. I felt like to come and frame it in that way and so she needs to make it right. Make what right? What was wrong? What did she do wrong? So, yeah. She said, the thing is, it may not even have got to her because, like I said, at this point, I'm sure she has a major filter because she's, according to the world and the internet, she is global warming is her fault. You know what I mean? Like the economy is her fault. Everything is her fault. Literally everything is her fault. I get annoyed sometimes when I see the things people are doing and saying about her. I get annoyed. Now, that's not to say that she's not open to any criticism. I've seen she's taking people's stuff. You know what I mean? Like she's a person. She is a person. She got some shit with her and their husband. You know what I mean? So that is in and of itself. But come on. You know, like it gets to a point. So I couldn't imagine how that lady be like, oh, here we go again. You know what I'm like? How was he not performed? Oh, that was earlier. She said, I recognize where I need to grow and be better. So I'll start with that. Seeing her parental makeup gave me an inkling of what this story. Listen, Mary. Is common with chronic pain patients. He said, also, hey, Mary. She said, yeah, was it 1099 to be secure? You had to have systems set up in place for you with the funds you earn. You had to take out your own taxes. I'm personally not billed for it, but that's something that I'm learning. Like as I'm coming and doing these different things, that's what as someone who is actively right now engineering my life around myself, literally building the life that I want around myself and seeing all of these components and things that I wasn't even aware of, that I never even had the bandwidth before to be able to notice or have awareness of, let alone mitigate and navigate. That's what I be looking at a Beyonce and stuff. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like if I'm sitting here struggling with these little bit of things that I'm now realizing I have to do, and this person is able to execute on that level, having to take care of not only all of this stuff, corporate stuff and this and that and the other. And yeah, you may say, oh, well, she has a team, but she still had to build a team. How do you get to a point where you know who the right people are to bring on? How do you get to a point where you even know the people you need for certain things? Because you don't even know the components of that. You get like the level of awareness and coordination and resource allocation and all. this is how I be thinking. This is how I be looking at people. That's what I'm saying. Like, people be talking about things, and we can all sit and talk and gossip and this and that and the other. But I just be thinking about, like, how does one do something like that? When I went to Cowboy Carter, I was just, how does someone do something like that? How does someone build it? I'm sitting here, and shout out to y'all. Thank you. We 653 strong. Thank you. But I'm sitting here thinking, this woman comes into a city and people trek to that shit like they're coming to the nativity. You hear me? People are coming from far and wide. People will come from other countries to converge in a space and a time just to witness this lady do her thing. That's what I was thinking about you get what that's what I noticed. That's what I take in. So I'm thinking about that, and I'm thinking about how, if I'm just awed at the magnitude of that, and she's actually in it and she's actually doing it, do I think that she's somewhere scheming and making spells to make somebody's baby die? You get what, like, that's the level of stuff that people be saying that she do. So that's where I'm just like, yeah, I wouldn't want to be I wouldn't want to be Beyonce at all, because fuck all y'all. Y'all wouldn't get nothing from me. I was singing dance for my kids and my friends, because fuck y'all. Like, no. Oh my God. But yeah, so that I think we've set the tone for the conversation. So we're gonna get into Glorilla's sister here, and what she had to say about her sister and how she feeling. What she feeling like. Girl, don't start your shit. I ain't asked you yet. Just let me get it together, okay? All right.
Police got who that be? You got that USB? Oh, hell no. I got it. You got that USB at the moment. I've been able to keep them on. No, don't give me 1K. Don't give me 1K. I'm talking about I got some little dude on there. Take me to the video. I am. I'm waiting on the niggas. Alright, boo. How much for an interview? I ain't finna move. Man, shit, how my inbox? We discussed that then. I ain't finna move. Man, you could've came my show. I could've paid you. Bro, y'all ain't been inboxing doing shit about no paper, none of that shit. All that talking and shit. Send me your motherfucking deposit. Look. Y'all read the 20. Alright, hey. I don't know what you did. Oh, I don't want to do one. Who drank this in? Y'all was just a girl that you lied. You ain't say. How many nice motherfucking cars? You still working at FedEx. Y'all want to talk about motherfucker ain't obligated. How she not obligated? Y'all read the 20. Alright, hey. I don't know what you did. Oh, I don't want to do one. Who drank this in? Y'all was just a girl of July. You ain't say none of this. Bitch, if all y'all hoes want to sit here talking about we was just a girl of July, let me tell you the backstory on that. My mama snuck me to the show. That's the first show I've been to since she didn't hit. Fuck, y'all want to talk about some motherfucking man. I was at the show. I got snuck to the show. Fuck me and the fat bitch April. Oh God, we got snuck to that motherfucker. Y'all want to talk about motherfucker ain't obligated. How she not obligated to do shit for us? If she on interviews telling folks roaches, she got Rambo motherfucking ass riding new Cadillacs and shit. Then he want to sit here and make a status and say some motherfucking, she went down. Bro, who was homeless? Gloria was never homeless. Who was homeless? She was not homeless. Fuck, then y'all want to sit here and talk about some motherfucker. She bought my dad a motherfucking Jaguar just look good and that man broke his hell with a house full of roaches. In South Haven. And yes, my mama still working at FedEx. Fuck. And for that not Marco, for that Tula bitch. Ho. This ain't.
Who fucking finger is that? Who was doing this? See, that's what, mind you. Sorry, I'm already pissed off. So she's sitting there, she's talking all that. Immediately, it sounds ridiculous. But she's doing all that, and then people are talking. So you've been sitting around them other people. What do you think they expect out of you for sitting and kissing your behind around your grievances with your sister. So it's not just that you feel like she's supposed to get money. I can tell you right now, you don't just feel like she's supposed to give you money so you can live. You feel like she's supposed to have you living like she lives. Because who are them people and what do you think they'll expect from you? So you want to be able to have your own entourage. You don't want to be a part of her entourage. You want to be her.
Ain't got shit to do with you. Gonna be in the backup dance hole. Fuck, y'all see her trying to come to justify her. She got 10 siblings. 10 siblings. 10. Not one, not two, not three, not four, not five. She has 10 siblings. An autistic sibling. Gloria has been home for 4 years.
What she got to do with what her mama and her dad was doing? And isn't she the youngest? I don't know for a second. I don't. But ain't she the youngest? What does she literally have to do with how many kids their parents had?
Years. The only relatives y'all have seen, and that's really because y'all brought y'all brought me apples out like her. On God. Y'all want to know when I was her sister, because y'all can say she tried to sit here and hide us and do all this shit to try to say, but that bitch don't do shit for us. I ain't got a red cent. My brother, I got 2 siblings staying down there with her. 2 siblings. One of my brothers calling my mama, asking her for $40 to pay his phone bill. You got Rambo riding in nice cars. That's not our cousin. He riding nice motherfucking cars. You damn right I'm obligated to something. This bitch was here talking about us sleeping with red, and then she was telling the truth. You know, you used to be in the house. Flat air mattress, all this shit laying on the floor.
Damn, bitch, it was flat.
Mama used to cook us a big ass can of beans. No herb. And then y'all said, how was our relationship before we started? Okay, it started from Gloss. That's how me and Gloria, we wasn't cool when she first hit, but it started from that Gloss bitch. And she ain't even cool with Gloss no more, because Gloss is a motherfucking snake. That's how the shit started with Gloss. But we were still going to, family functions, you know what I'm saying? But we weren't as close as we used to be, because she was standing up with Gloss, because Gloss was on some junky ass shit. Fuck. Oh, God. And she don't even fuck with the bitch no more. Now, I'm sick of, you know what I'm saying? Y'all glorify this bitch. My mama see her night doing the clock and motherfucker fed it. Now, the rich shit.
Mind you, she's saying people glorify her. We only know her for what she gave. She gave us the music. We like the music. None of this stuff got anything to do with the rest of us.
Rich shit was about a year or 2 ago. Gloria blocked my mama. Had her going to go try to get a loan. Out of all my siblings, see, my mama got on her high horse. But Gloria was fucking with her. Gloria fucked with my mom. But that money got low. And when the money got low, Gloria got ghosts. All my siblings was not finished because my mom got on high horse, was treating us like, you know what I'm saying, because Gloria was you beefing with your siblings or what? We ain't did shit to you. Why you beefing with your siblings? It's 10 of us and you don't do nothing for none of us, bro. Come on, bro. And then y'all stupid motherfuckers out here talking about some, she not obligated.
Okay, first off, and this is something, but this, when money is low, like I said, I always say, I feel like people have childish views or, just views from their vantage point of what certain things are. So when we're talking about the idea of her having money, none of these artists have as much money as we think they have. Outside of, Beyonce and Jay, they on some other stuff though. You know what I mean? But in terms of just these artists and how it seems like Glorilla, where she's gotten to, she seems like she's probably doing okay and she could probably do very well for herself from here on out. But I'm sure she is not doing caring for 15 plus people. It's sounding like, the tally is adding up. 15 or so people well. To the degree that it's seeming like she want to be taking care. You get what I'm saying? I don't think it's giving taking. Let's put it this way: if Glow was to put, and I don't know what that lady made, and I'm not looking up her projected, earnings or whatever, but I'm just saying. This is my girl.
No problem. You in charge of girls.
Sorry. It reconnected and then it just started playing everything that was in the background. What was I saying? I don't think it's giving her being able to take care of them to the level that she's looking for. If she wanted to take care of everybody, they probably would just be able to do like a middle class situation, maybe get a big house or a compound or something like that. But again, based off of the stuff I've heard, I wouldn't even put that on her. Based off of what I heard they've been going through, throughout their life, both with her parents and with her specifically, I wouldn't even do that. But I'm saying, like, I don't think it would be giving, hood rich. It would just be giving we all okay and we in the house, and the house might be really nice and might be on some land or something, and that'd be it, in a good school system for whatever kids are coming along.
To do shit for nobody. That bitch is obligated to do shit for all of us. Fuck, that hoe obligated. Fuck. Oh, geez, that hoe obligated to do something for every last one of us. We see them motherfuckers eating canned beans and shit. On the floor. So literally taking baths out of bottles of water, bro. Literally taking baths out of bottles of water.
I'm so sorry. And I know this, but I'm saying this with all humility as someone who has utilized food stamps and stuff like that. You don't have to be doing that. You don't have to be doing that at all. Because if the situation is that dire, I know you qualify. I know you qualify, and you don't give working a job. So I know you qualify. If you can get a stamp card, y'all can have more than beans. Y'all can get some vegetables. Y'all can make some proteins. Y'all can make some shit shake. And if it's that many people, and I'm sure that many kids, y'all can eat well. I say that from experience. Y'all can and should be eating well. Y'all should be one of them type people that they feel like is taking advantage of the system. Because it's 10 of y'all motherfuckers, and I know y'all breeding. So I know somebody around there got to be getting some stamps.
Lights off. Fat ass rats. Roaches. All types of shit. How she ain't obligated to do shit for us? But you want to sit here and talk about our struggle. How the fuck she ain't obligated? That hoe is obligated. Motherfuckers like y'all that hoe believe she not. You sitting there got the other nigga riding around the cars and this and that and the third. Come on now, bro. That shit ain't right. I give a fuck about what none of y'all motherfuckers got to say. Oh, we sitting there. We didn't have the cans of beans to eat. We was eating ketchup sandwiches.
What's the boys?
Fuck. How you could about mine? I don't give a fuck. I'm obligated. And y'all talking about she really got the bitch ain't big enough, so why should I give a fuck now? Why should I give a fuck she ain't giving me shit now? It's been 4 years. How the fuck? My brother staying down there calling my mama for $40 on the phone bill. My other sister staying down there trying to get some shit on Temu. And they staying with Glory. But she got all these motherfuckers around her. Sanchez, why don't you get your ass beat? And you brought her back. Sanchez, why don't you get your ass beat? Talk about that. When Kalia stomped your ass. Calm down.
Them fingers is fucking with me because who are they attached to? Who the fuck is that? That's pissing me off. Who is that? But no, mind you, again, giving all glory to my creator and everything. I've talked so much about being privileged. I grew up on food stamps. In a one-income household with, multiple adults, but a one-income household, and I never went hungry. I've never known syrup sandwiches. I've never known, to me, that's a skill issue. And I'm saying not a skill issue, but like a priority issue. And the things have gotten tight, before, in between. But I'm talking about the way she's talking about is like that was their normal. You get what I'm saying? Like when people talk about nobody was eating this and that, I am genuinely confused. I am not trying to discount anybody's experience. I understand that actually experiencing that is jarring and traumatic and this and that and the other. This is not me trying to say that isn't. I'm saying as a mother, as someone who has been a child who has had welfare, as someone who has been a mother who has been on welfare before, I've never experienced lack of food to that level. You get what I'm, because even then there's and I can get, to me, that's about the adults. What were the adults doing? My point is, whoever was in charge and whoever was in charge of how things were running in that house, it wasn't Gloria, is my point. That was an adult thing. That y'all wasn't eating and stuff. That had nothing to do with her. And she doesn't need to make up for it. Because while y'all was, I'm sure if y'all wasn't eating, I don't know which child she is, but by the time you got to her or whoever man came after her, y'all had already been experiencing that, I'm sure. And yet they kept having children.
But you brought this bitch on the stage with you. Fuck. You want to talk about some shit? The sex ass bitch? Yes. I'm talking about what the fuck I want to talk about.
Appreciate it. Don't be starting this.
But we not obligated. Y'all talking about, you just do the reach out to, how many times have I reached out? I reached out to this bitch twice. I reached out to this hoe twice. Got a brother working at TJX. I got a brother who been seeing this motherfucker man suffering. But you got the next nigga at weed farms and all this shit. You got the next nigga doing this. But you want to sit here and talk about our struggle. And bitch, you was not homeless. You was not homeless before you hit. Stop lying. You could have stayed with my mom.
I want to say something about this. Everyone shops on Temu. I don't, and I'm gonna tell you why I don't. Because I have yet to have been able to make it to the checkout, and things make sense to me. They keep having all these daggone pop-ups, keep making me, oh, you gonna get, by the time I get on there, I should have about $20,000 worth of credits from Temu based off of how they've been acting whenever I go on the app. And yet it's still, every time I get to the checkout, it don't make sense. I don't even see the stuff that I came there to get. It be a mess. So I have never purchased anything from Temu. And I'm be honest with you, I think they're dark-sided. I never liked them from the beginning when they had that little shop like a billionaire. So something don't set right with me about that. Something is not right in my spirit about that. I didn't like it. I don't like it. That was a aside.
Mama or my daddy. You just wanted to be fucking all damn day. They weren't going for that shit. Let's be real. You was not homeless. Fuck. Y'all glorify her ass though. And she ain't doing shit.
She said that girl wasn't homeless, but it does not sound like she was living well. Okay, maybe she had slightly more than what you had. Like, what are we talking about here? And the basis of all of this is, okay, because you feel like she had more than you had or something like that. I'm still not understanding how that translates to her needing to carry y'all in the way you're talking about, in the way you appear to be talking about. I could be wrong, because are we even a minute? How long are we even into this? I don't know.
My mama still talking. Bro, my mama still clocking the clock at FedEx, bro. I don't got. My daddy's still struggling, bro. On God. She make up. I called him out right now. I called him out. This man ain't got no motherfucking money. But you retired then. You did not retire shit, bro. You left my mama out here. You left our mama out here. Fuck. You want to talk about some shit? You're damn right. And I'm obligated, bitch. All them other hoes obligated. Fuck. Yeah, I called this hoe. I'm like, Gloria, can you fuck with me? I text her. Asked her, could you fuck with me and give me some bread? When I lost my job and shit. This motherfucking, she ain't responding. Then I got robbed for being known as her sister. And I got robbed for my shit. Cause she ain't. Gloria, can you fuck with me? I text her. Asked her, did you fuck with me and give me some bread? When I lost my job and shit. This motherfucking, she ain't responding. Then I got robbed for being known as her sister. And I got robbed for my shit. Cause she ain't gave me shit. 4 niggas out here robbing me an orange round because of you, bitch. But you ain't gave me a motherfucking thing.
So she's saying she got robbed. I'm going to just fill in the blanks because I don't even feel like trying to, tear it all apart. You're saying you got robbed because they knew you was Glorilla's sister, so they was like, "Oh, we're going to take your stuff because we assume you have some stuff." That's what I'm just going to assume that that's what she's trying to say. But again, what does that have to do with her? And what was you doing and saying? Because something could tell me that you go, "Oh, Glorilla, my sister." I can tell you wasn't nowhere low key. Because you've been squawking this whole time. So I know wherever you go, you make sure you're seen.
You ain't got none of us nothing. The same motherfuckers who you was in there eating ketchup sandwiches with. Fuck, oh man, if I got 500,000, bro, I'll at least give my siblings 10K a piece. On God. Why the fuck my mama gotta sit here and clock a clock? Let's talk about it. Oh, you is not who these folks think you is, bro. Like, stop all the cap, bro. You is not who these folks think you is. And oh, Gloria, she putting up for me. That hoe ain't putting up for shit. Her ain't even putting up for her own family, who she was struggling with. Then if I did that too, the bitch wanna sit here and wait.
Calm down. me down. Pussy, turn me up.
Then you got the Tula bitch. You got motherfuckers who she fuck with. Sitting there talking about, I wouldn't fuck with them, me, I wouldn't fuck with you. Bro, if y'all came up in the fucking house, that was a real shit. Rats, roaches, carpet fucked up. You don't know how the fuck you get in your next meal. Mama struggling, lights off. Motherfuckers taking baths out of bottles of water. We came up off this shit on the west side. 3278 Gun Road. All of us stay in that motherfucking house. Man, I don't know if you're doing too much. All of us stay in that motherfucking house, bro. And you want to sit here and talk about what we've been through? And ain't reached back and help none of us out? And you got stupid hoes like this Trinity bitch talking about she don't owe us shit. Oh, she owe us everything. Fuck. Oh, we used to have days when we wasn't eating. But motherfucker ain't obligated.
It sounds like you need to talk to your parents. What the heck? Is she younger than you? What does she owe you? And how does her doing anything for you right now today? You're a grown ass person. How does her doing anything for you right now today change the fact that y'all wasn't eating? What does she have to do with y'all not eating? And if y'all weren't eating, how was she eating? Odds are she was eating off of the merit of whatever the heck she chose to do for herself. She said, why she trying to drag her back there? You used to eat ketchup sandwich. No, the crazy part is you trying to tear her down and say, oh, you ain't nothing, you came from this, but you're also trying to say that she didn't struggle. So which one is it?
Obligated. But you want to get on interviews and talk about the struggle. You want to talk about the struggle. But you ain't one of us shining, fool. Ain't one of us shine. You got everybody else in this hole. You giving money out. You bringing motherfuckers back around. You getting across you bad because Sanchez watch you get your ass beat. Oh God, watch you get your ass stomped. And I remember when Clea did this shit. She watched you, and you brought her back around, and she went live about you, and you brought her back around. She on the stage with you. How the fuck is that for her?
What the lid with that? Let them know what you
The Clea that brought her. Yup.
Clea get banned?
Yeah, good get banned. Clea get banned. But you got Sanchez back around you. Like, bro, I'm just saying, the motherfucker come out for hate shit, bro. It's been 4 motherfucking years, bro. It's been 4 years. Then I'm seeing motherfuckers like, no, bro, then. My mama sitting here in this house struggling. Y'all thought she bought a house. She did not buy my mama no motherfucking house. Stop lying. She did not. She bought my daddy a house with his trick ass. And then he got the smallest house on the block. Fuck. Talking about she retired. That man retired on his own.
So she's saying that she bought the father a house, but it's the smallest house on the block. So do you want him to have a big house? What do you even? There's nothing this girl could do. Everything this girl say, or this person. Everything this person is saying is something wrong with everything this girl do. Girl being Glow.
Time and she didn't retire shit. On God. Fuck. And now y'all know what Glow did. How did she got? Man, so look, all of us been struggling. We was homeschooled. All of us stayed in the same house. 3278 Don Road homeschool could not come out the fence. We could not come out the fence, bro. You remember? You remember, right? We could come out the fence. I used to sneak my best friend inside the motherfucking house. Well, all of us, when we got adult, we became adults.
You was sneaking your friend into the house where y'all had to sit with roaches and eat beans and stuff. Why? That's what I'm saying. If the resources was that bad, why would you sneak your friends in? And this isn't about, oh, y'all shouldn't have friends or whatever because y'all was poor, this and that. And I am solely trying to engage with what she's saying is wrong with the situation, was wrong with how they was living and everything like that. This is not about my feelings about what poor people deserve or anything like that. This is solely about the story the yarn she's spinning. I'm trying to understand.
We was like stupid to the street life. We were stupid to like common sense because we was like segregated. We was in the house. My mama used to tell us, it's 10 of y'all better beat your best friend. Oh God. Situation that came about where we ended up going to school because my mom used to beat the shit out of us, and you ain't finna beat the shit out of me while I'm hungry, so I get all DCS on your ass. That's exactly what happened. When she talk about the fifth child, I'm the fifth child because I've always been the outspoken one. But I was hungry, and you're not finna whoop me for being hungry. Fuck. She used to beat the shit out of us.
Okay, so I'm just going to pick out some stuff that I see here just based off of what she just said right there, because a lot of what she keeps saying is and mind you, let me bring you into where I'm thinking about this from. I'm thinking about this in terms of intent versus capacity, and the responsibility you have to yourself to know your own limits and honor them. um what she just said about their mom beating them but not feeding them and this and that and the other. So you acknowledge that your mom failed you, but at the same time, you're trying to drag your sister for not taking care of your mom. Why would your mom deserve to get taken care of if she was not taking care of y'all? And this ain't a thing where I'm saying like, oh, she should, people should, try to kick her when she's down, talk about the mom or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, you yourself are saying that your mom did not do her job by you. She didn't do right by y'all. So why couldn't you, and you saying to the point where you called DCS on your mother because she was not being righteous. So why is it so weird to you if Glow is not doing anything for your mom? Why is that such a foreign concept to you? That she wouldn't want to be bothered with your mom specifically? I'm lost. I mean, I'm not lost because really it's just about making her wrong and making her out to be a villain of some kind solely because she was able to build something for herself that this one was not able to build.
Oh God, so she did all that shit. I called DCS. Yes, I called DCS. I called DCS on our mother. I got tired again, booked for a extension cord for petty shit, but we ain't gonna get too much into that. That's how we got in public school. That's the exact reason why we got in public school. When we got in public school, that's how we got over. We was lame as hell. We was lame as a motherfucker when we first was going to school. We was lame as a motherfucker when we went to school, all of us. We weren't FUBUs. Hey, that you. You know. But my friend right there, she took me lame or not. Oh God, that's how we got in the opening with that shit. I'm the reason this bitch who y'all clown, the reason why y'all think this bitch is who she is. What? They say you still hungry. What the fuck? Hell yeah, where my chime at? Send me some chimes. Fuck, hell yeah, I'm still hungry. She ain't fuck with me. Help me get my teeth fixed, bitch. Fuck, help me. Fuck. Yeah, I'm still hungry. Okay. We end up going to public school. I did that shit. I went and stayed custody, blah, 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 blah.
So you got a list of things that you feel like she should and could help you with. My question I would want to know, as Glorilla or just in general, what are some of the things you already had in place that you were trying to do to solve those problems for yourself that weren't working out? Because maybe I can help. This is my thing, and I'm gonna tell you exactly how I am as a person, right? And this is how I expect people to be with me. I'm a show your work person. I need to see what you've been, and I'm not saying you need to come to me and say I did this, because I'll be able to see what you're doing. I've been up and I've been down. And in the times where I was, up enough to be able to help people, there were always multiple people that may have needed a certain kind of help, but there were only certain people that I would let, for instance, come stay with me in my home or something like that. Why? Because I understood that they understood, number one, what I was providing in terms of a safe place and a safe space and stability. And I knew that they weren't going to take more than I had the capacity to give, and they weren't going to mess up the stability that I had built for myself. And this is not me saying, oh, you got to come and you got to pay money. No, when I lived on my own and I had people come and stay with me, I was like, I stay with my grandma now. When I lived on my own though, and I had people come and stay with me, it was never a thing of like, oh, you got to give me money. I'm like, look, I'm already paying my bills. I know why you're here. Do your thing. I'll do my thing. And we're just, we can hang out. Now I don't have to call you. You're already here. You know what I mean? We could just hang out together. And that's the way I looked at it. But it was only certain people, because there were other people who I was cool with and maybe even friends with or whatever. But I saw how they did them. You know what I mean? And I saw what type of problems they were having. And I saw how they problem solved or not. You know what I mean? So it was just like, I already know, I see how you live, and I don't live that way. And you're not going to come and destabilize me with your instability in that way. The bit of stability that I have for myself is not compatible with the level of instability you have and for the reasons that you have. But these other people, I knew that the stability that I had, they were going to build on it for them. You get what I'm saying? So there is a such thing. And I can tell right now, like I said, my nerves is shot. And I'm just listening to this person. She got a lot going on. How many people are in there? How many people are in the house? And then you saying that it's not. You ever notice how? And I'm not saying that you gotta isolate yourself like because you're poor or anything like that. Like there are things that you could do, but there's something about a bunch of broke people just sitting around like that don't set right with me. But I say that as a person privileged enough to enjoy my company heartily and to never be bored. I can never ever remember in my life being bored. I've always been able to find something to do, something to learn, something, you know what I mean? Like there's always something that I can do with my brain as far as I'm concerned. So I've never been someone that just like, oh, I just need stuff going on around me just to not be bored. That's not something that I relate to. So I'm already kind of dysregulated just watching this and considering what this girl is saying they came from and where that girl is now. She can't. Y'all are a liability to her because y'all can come if y'all are too close and destabilize her whole shit. Like I was talking about the level at which Beyonce has to have her stuff in place to be able to be the Beyonce we know and consume. She's in the beginning stages of building something like that. She probably will never reach the level Beyonce has, but to consider where she came from, because Beyonce was always upper middle. It seemed like she was just regular middle class or upper middle class, right? So Beyonce ain't never been nowhere near where Glorilla's been. However, that makes it even more impressive what Glorilla's been able to do with her limited capacity, with her limited points of reference, with her limited connections and things like that, to be able to create it, this that she's created for herself is phenomenal. And no, you don't get to come and drain on her to the point where she winds up right back where you are. No, you don't get to do that. And I can tell right now that that is exactly what you alone would bleed her dry. Just suck all the would bleed her dry. Just you by yourself.
I am going back to the house or whatever. We got put in public school. We got a taste of real life because we were segregated in the motherfucking house. And my mama, but we weren't stupid when it come to books, my Black Street. Man, we ain't no shit. I got my ass beating the motherfucking bathroom, getting put down the pretty money. Did I not? Didn't know how to fight or shit. So then, I ended up getting grown. Because right now, Gloria is, how old that bitch is, like 26? I'm 30. I was grown. So when I was grown, I was at the house. Because I was constantly rebelling against my mama, all this shit, blah, 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 woo, woo, woo. Lord, so I had a sibling under me that was Victor, Daniel, Gloria, Victor, Daniel, Gloria, rest of them. So when all that shit had happened, my mama could not handle by me going to the state. I was a daddy's girl. My daddy took me out the house. Him and my mama ended up breaking up after that shit.
I also want to point out too that I'm noticing, and this is something I forgot that I wanted to note. There's clearly dysfunction. I mean, that's already a given, but there's clearly dysfunction in the relationships because she'll go back and forth. This one goes back and forth between being protective of those people and or advocating for those people being the mother and or the father, but then being basically like, oh, they don't deserve whatever they are getting, because she said the father got a house from her and the mother got something from her, but they didn't get enough. But at the same time, fuck them and why they get stuff and I don't get stuff. Then just now she said she was a daddy's girl, but you called him a fuck ass nigga early. You get what I'm saying? So it's like it's one of those things where this is a spirit of confusion And again, that's why I say the destabilizing of Glorilla in this, because you don't even know how you feel. You don't even know what you're thinking and saying. You're not centered in what even the fuck is going on according to you. So how is it her job to create clarity within confusion and again stabilize y'all destabilized lives when y'all ain't even clear enough to understand what's going on? And so then you're not going to be, even if she comes, it makes everything in this moment right. I'm gonna use the word the girl said, makes it right in this moment. The level of discombobulation you got going on, you're going to be right again destabilizing her, because you're not going to be able to sustain from there. You're just expecting her to keep pouring into you. You're going to continue to keep expecting her to pour into you.
Saying my fat, nasty ass Uncle Johnny with his fake motherfucking ass, and bitch, I'm expose you too. I was saying with his fake ass. I was saying with his God and all that shit. I was going through state. I was going from house to house to house to house. Gloria is not the only motherfucker that had struggle. Gloria wasn't even homeless. Well, let's talk about when you was 16, you was taking our dad's tags off his car because he wouldn't take you nowhere. Stop that shit, bro. Stop all this capping for the internet. Acting like you not, bro.
Okay. I'm sorry, because every other word is a revelation. Every other word is a revelation. Okay. I heard this individual say that they were basically like a troublemaker. I will give them grace because, like I've said things, my daughter was problematic, but I take accountability for the ways that, I created an environment where she would want to do that or feel like she needed to do that to get some of her power back, whatever, yada, yada, yada. But I get it. You're acting out because your parents are not doing their job. They're not doing right by you. Okay, cool. But you are admitting that you were doing a lot. You're admitting that you were destabilizing whatever y'all had going on by calling DHS, by doing this and that, in and out, doing all these things. So you already understand that you were also playing a part in the destabilization of what was going on. But then you're going to go to her and say, oh, she acted out because y'all father wouldn't do something for her, whatever. And you're saying that in a negative, like a negative against you. Get what, like, what do you want? What more do you want from me? What do you want from her?
We're not no gangsters, hood, or none of that shit. We was brought up in church. On Jesus. Sun up, sun down, reading Bible. I know the Bible like the back of my hand. I don't know why I'm the way I am now, but that's just how it is. So, when my motherfucking ass, when I was out, so my mama started struggling with my dad ended up leaving. He a sorry ass nigga. What type of he a sorry ass nigga? My dad is.
I'm sorry, this is a that just fucked my brain up. What? What are you talking? Okay. A picture's being painted. I'm just my brain's trying to catch up and put things, because it's like she's throwing out puzzle pieces, but you get what I'm saying. Y'all was homeschooled, whatever that means. Y'all was homeschooled, which really sounds like y'all just something was done so that they didn't have to make sure you was in school. And if were I betting woman, I would wager it probably had to do with y'all going to school and there being indication of neglect or whatever. So they didn't want any more what's it called, mandated reporters to be able to lay eyes on y'all. And so they just homeschooled y'all. That is my interpretation based off of what is being said. Take it with a grain of salt, debunk it or whatever. I'm okay with being wrong, but I'm just saying that's what I think was going on with that. And heavily indoctrinated into religion is what you're saying. Okay.
He's a sorry ass nigga. Hell, if he ain't with her, he don't want to help out with shit. He's sorry as hell. Yes, Edward Woods is a sorry ass nigga. All y'all getting exposed. Say fuck you, cause bitch, I was just in jail and the motherfucker ain't do shit. Let's talk about it.
So now she was in jail. I was like, I'm not somebody to stop at every other word is a revelation. Every other word. You was in jail. What did any of these people you're yelling at have to do with you being in jail? And none of you did anything. What were they supposed? You knew. First of all, let's talk about the things one could expect people to do for them when they're in jail. I'm going to say monetary things, whether it's to procure representation and or to provide money on the books if you went upstate or something like that. Whatever it is, you're expecting monetary things. You've been yelling at us for how long are we in? 17 minutes and 31 seconds about how y'all had nothing. So what were you expecting anybody to do about you being in jail? What was any of y'all supposed to be able to do about you being in jail under those circumstances? But she said she was just in jail, so maybe she's saying since Glorilla came. But again, you already knew she wasn't doing regular everyday stuff for you. So why would she do anything about you being in jail?
Yeah, okay. We're gonna put everything on the floor. Fuck. He's a sorry ass trick. My daddy, yes. So when he ended up leaving, my mama was doing shit on her own. My mama was doing shit on her own. She started struggling. Lights started getting turned off. I was there a party when the lights were getting turned off and shit. We had rats. We had pregnant rats. The rats were fucking pregnant. And we used to feed goddamn rats.
Hold on. So was this when she at any point it sounds like once you hit, I'm gonna say 16 or something, you and a bunch of them other motherfuckers that was in there with you that you keep saying was there that Glorilla needs to take care of, why weren't y'all working? Y'all ain't had to go to school. So how is it that many people in a given space weren't able to keep the lights on? You said your mom was struggling. What were you do? Or was what you were doing what got you in jail? See, it's so much. I don't understand. And I'm not I'm not trying to be insensitive, but I'm saying this as someone who grew up on food stamps, who grew up in the hood, never poor. I mean, not never poor, never rich. But the things that people associate with being poor, I feel like are certain choices. I don't want to get into but I'm not here again. I grew up on food. I grew up having to take the paper stamps to the store and was happy to do it. I know nothing about, shame, but I grew up having to take paper stamps to the store. So I grew up on literal food stamps. And we had food every night. And you saying it was that many people? I know like how food stamps work. It was that many people in the house and y'all ain't had no food. I guarantee you there was a lot going on in there, but it wasn't no schooling in that house. Because what the fuck was going on? Y'all should have been eating good. In terms of, and that, mind you, I grew up on food stamps and I grew up around the time that they started making like some changes, like when I had my daughter and stuff, when they started making some changes to like the policies or whatever. I grew up where I saw people living the dream on public assistance. I saw that. But once I got had my little baby that was like, all right, no, you're gonna have to go to school or work or something, get this money. You get what I'm saying? So like, but again, through it all, everybody ate. Everybody ate. So when I hear people talking about being hungry and not having food and stuff, that sounds like priorities askew on behalf of the adults in charge, poor resource management on behalf of the adults in charge, things like that. I'm not saying y'all should have been eating pasta and lobster. I'm saying, like, in terms of managing the resources that you were able to get, you should have been able to get. It sounds like you more than qualified for it. Now, I ain't live where y'all live, so I don't know, but I'm just saying.
You to feed the rest. Man, imagine you sleeping in a big ass cockroach in you in the motherfucking face. Gordy remember it, because he talks about it. She remember it.
Look what it
Fuck,
did.
damn, eating booty bread.
Wait, you saying, and she's talking about booty bread. I love me some ends. I eat bread ends. I'm not too good for bread ends. What was I saying? I thought this is what I'm like confused, because it's like she be trying to say that Gloria didn't struggle with them, but now you saying she remembers certain things. So you talk, like, literally, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Fuck, but y'all don't see, that's what I'm saying, though. Y'all was talking about motherfucking not obligated. Y'all don't know everything we've been through. Like, motherfuckers in that hole, mama was strict as hell and not feeding us. The fuck? You strict as hell and not feeding us, bro. But I ain't saying this because she couldn't. Well, she could have made a better life for her kids. She could have made a better life for her kids. But we was like real deal in there. I'm talking about eat Taco Bell packets. Now, eat ketchup packets. Yeah, all that. So, boy, you know all this struggle we've been through. How we used to sit here and hate our mama, fool. Because not only would she take care of us, when she fell down hard time, she had so many kids, but then she was segregating us. You know that. And we got out of there because of what I call DCS. That's how the fuck we got out of there. We're gonna be anything, we're gonna be for real. Yes. And your sorry ass dad the one doing shit. He knew the lights was out over there just because him and my mom had shit going on. He ain't paying no motherfucking bills.
Again, you come in saying, oh, she ain't been through all this other stuff, but you basically saying she been through all this other stuff. And I'm saying, okay, so she been through all the same stuff you've been through, and yet somehow she still found a way to do what she's doing. And you can't make a way to just have regular, and you don't want a regular. That's what I'm saying. Like, you could, I'm sure by now you should be able to have figured out a regular life. I don't think you have any children. They never mentioned you having any children, so you are a single adult person in the world. Why?
But man, y'all don't know about water heater out. All this shit got boiled water, put it in the tub to take a bath. Girl, you know about this shit. But we did had to eat beans and oatmeal. And she not obligated to do shit for us. She not obligated to do nothing for us. Walk around with Payless shoes. My mama sitting here getting all the motherfucking food out to the pastor because she fucking them. You want to really talk about it? And you struggle with us? And you don't want me? Like, come on now. And I don't give a fuck about what none of y'all dicks.
Did she not just say you struggle with us? But then she was trying.
Hey, fuck you too. Fuck you, bitch. I don't give a fuck about what none of y'all gotta say. Cause the fuck I'm getting tired of shit. Okay. We forgave our mama that shit. My mama was fucking so motherfucking bad. She had to. It was Victor, Daniel, Gloria, Miracle, and Joshua. 5 kids. 5 kids. My mama's fucking so bad they going to school. Man, I'm talking about damn near smelling because we ain't got the water heater out. The MLG and W, all the lights off and shit. She dropped them off at my daddy's job. She dropped them off at the post office while everybody glorifying him. Even like, first of all, let me go ahead and put this on the table. I ain't gonna lie, I love my mom to death, but it really fucked my daddy. God let 2 idiots have kids. They was just laying up in that motherfucking heat fucking. God let 2 fucking idiots have kids. A lot of them. Kids they couldn't even support, do shit for. That's why I'm fucked up now. She dropped them off at my daddy's job. When she dropped them off, and my daddy did not want to get them, he called the police and told them to take them back, and he knew the fucking lights was off. He knew it was resting roaches over there. He knew the floor was caving in. He knew the roof was caving in. He tried to drop them back off on my mama, but my mama went and stayed with my big sister.
Put that shit on the floor then, for them.
That's the real story. My mama backed out on their ass because she couldn't handle the heat. Oh God, man, she was like $3,000 in the hole with the light bill. 3278 Don Road on the west side. So she dropped them out of the room. Then when they actually started getting out and shit. When they started seeing the outside, because my dad is a sorry ass, spineless ass bitch. Like, he's sorry as hell, spineless as fuck. So they started seeing the outside. They started seeing everything now because they staying in the motel room. On Airways. Nice in. I was coming over there. Occasionally. I was too busy. I'm 18 years old, going from house to house to house to house. So, I say again, Gloria, for you to know how we struggled, for you to know how we got neglected, for you to know how we got mistreated, And for you not to reach back and do shit for not one of us, you got two of my siblings down there right now, Miracle and Eddie. You got both of them down there right now, being your housemaids. Why the fuck is Eddie calling my mama to get $4 for his phone bill?
What you doing?
Like,
Pull up on us, pull up.
wait.
Hold on.
And you okay, so y'all talk.
I don't believe nothing this person is saying in terms of you can't because they flip flop so much. But you're saying, so it sounds like two of y'all siblings are living with her. And you're saying, why is he calling for money for a light bill? Now, I'm going to say this much. As someone who believes very deeply in mentorship, first of all, step back. If I'm able to live with someone who came from the same place I came from or someplace similar, similar circumstances, and was able to alchemize that type of lifestyle for themselves, despite, having come from the same place I came from, and I'm able to live with them, I think I'd be able to scrounge up $40 for a phone bill. I think that and again, I don't know these people. I don't know what they're doing. You get what I'm saying? I don't trust what this person is saying. I want to be clear about that. So this is not me making definitive assumptions about whoever she's talking about. I'm assuming they little siblings or whatever like that. But I'm saying that if they are in charge of their own, like their own phone bills or whatever like that, I don't see how that is. Because being able to live with someone is a blessing. Which is why when I was able to be a blessing to someone, I would be a blessing to people. Certain people. But be a blessing to people. So I would hope and think that they understand, especially if you up here in fucking hell, like you claim to be, you making it hell if it ain't. They probably recognize, and are grateful or whatever like that. You know what I mean? And depending on how old they may be, they might be figuring it. I don't know. But my point is, I don't see, it's clear that she expects Gloria to just be having them live like Kardashians. Even the Kardashians are expected. They be going back and forth. That just came into my mind. They be going at it because some of them don't work as much as the other ones. You get what they've gotten into fist fights. And as rich as they are, because some of them don't work. And you telling me you have yet to say anything that you was willing to do, yet to say anything that you wanted her to do in terms of like a business or anything. You just been saying you ain't paid my bill. You didn't pay, my way out of jail. You didn't do these things for me. Nothing she has said is, oh, I wanted to go to school, or, oh, I had a business idea, or, oh, I just needed somebody to front for this something. I have heard nothing about trying to better herself or her situation. I've only heard you should be taking care of us. So I'm saying that my assumption is that whoever is living with Glorilla understands what a blessing that is, and I would hope is fine with figuring out what's what for whatever little bills they got to pay for themselves. I would hope.
Why all of a sudden that? Bitch, it's been 4 years. It's been 4 years. 4 years. My brother out here doing fucking door dashes. You don't even do shit for our autistic brother. I know he ain't do shit to you. We got an autistic brother. You don't even do shit for him.
Come on, Carl.
Motherfucker like come this on and say, okay. Y'all beg. I don't know what the fuck my other siblings are preparing that bitch shit because she ain't got them shit. I only asked for money on 2 occasions. The bitch told me 3 weeks ago that she ain't got nothing for me because of the Memphis media nigga. Because of the Memphis media nigga.
What the fuck?
And no, she talking about homie. She just say my mama or my dad. Really, the oldest had it the worst. Even though my mama used to do all that shit, she ain't have it worse than the oldest.
Why you got to send me friend requests like I'm going live?
Like for real, the oldest like nah, fuck.
I don't know how. I ain't even.
Y'all like she ain't obligated to do shit for. How is she obligated to do something for all them motherfuckers?
No, but apparently she want to. And that's her prerogative to do. It's her fucking money. She can do whatever the fuck she can burn that shit if she wants to. It's hers. It's hers. And the way you acted, I would burn my shit to the ground before I would give you a goddamn thing. Know that. Ooh. This is really wild.
Bitch, the lady laid on the motherfucking mattress with me and pissed in the bed and lied like it was me. But she ain't obligated.
How fucking old were y'all? One of the things that grinds my gears is when you having a grown ass argument with somebody or grown ass like y'all grown, and then they come and say something that happened, and you realize that the person they were talking about was a child when that happened, whether they were a child or not. If they I will accept it better if they both were children, because it's like, okay, that's a trauma that y'all had, that's a memory, whatever. But even when it's an adult, you ever had an adult come and talk to you and they talk, this person did, and then you realize they're talking about a child? That is the craziest, most disorienting shit I've ever experienced. I've had that happen.
She ain't obligated though? For real? I'm sick of y'all all this glow sis, that glow sis. I ain't got shit to show for being glow sis. I don't give a fuck how y'all take it. I don't got nothing to show for. No, none of us got nothing to show. But you want to sit here and broadcast ass trouble. I'm putting up for old friends we went to school with. I ain't down in the motherfucking Malibu. I ain't down. I thought you were gonna be in something like the Rambo.
You don't have nothing to show for her being successful, but she has something to show for her work that she put in, coming from where y'all came from, and you have nothing to show, period, from your life, and you got 4 years on her.
Nigga. Nah, she probably fucking him, but nah, why ain't this shit like that?
How the fuck these folks know what the fuck my Facebook is?
I ain't in shit like that.
Hey, running
my
you up.
motherfucking brother doing DoorDash.
Hey, running you up.
Oh, God. My daddy borrowed money from my mama. My mama barely making ends meet. My mama lived in a house she bought. Dorothy did not buy that house. She bought my sorry ass dad that house. Full of roaches. In South Haven. Let's talk about it.
She mad. She's mad. She's mad that she brought the daddy a house. But she's also mad that the house is full of roaches. But she also feels like the dad doesn't deserve anything because of stuff he did. And I'm not saying he did or didn't. This is me trying to keep up with what the problem is to even. I'm trying to put myself in the. If I was Glorilla and I was trying and I wanted to make this right for her, this is me trying to figure out, what do she even want from me? And the truth of the matter is, she just want this girl to take care of her, because the stuff you're saying, the way you're framing these issues with her, don't make any sense. You're mad she brought him a house because he doesn't deserve a house, but she's also mad at the quality of the house that she's saying that the girl brought. That's not a good quality house. You said she didn't do stuff for the mom, but you also said she did do some things for them. I'm just saying, just even anybody, this is not the way this is being presented is not reasonable. Take all emotion and indignation and everything out of it. This is just an unreasonable rant about unreasonable things that have nothing to do with this girl.
That Jaguar she got it, man. Bro, don't give me no motherfucking Jaguar, bro. Don't give me no Jaguar, bro. Give me some money. Fuck. But you got, bro. This hoe.
Right, bro.
Then y'all want to justify her behavior. Don't justify shit. When a motherfucker sitting this hoe literally struggling, don't justify shit about that bitch.
I'm saying, you struggling, but have you ever begged for some shit, sis?
I asked her, I ain't
But
begged.
you ain't never begged no motherfucker for nothing.
No.
So you don't need no hand for nothing, right?
No. But y'all can if y'all want to. Y'all want to talk about a bitch seat? Don't shine it. Apple pay me. Fuck. She ain't doing it. Y'all want to talk? Y'all, we need to say facts.
Damn mind you. And then I'm going to step into my hater bag and I'm going to get big right now. I'm sorry. I'm going to get big right now. Hold on. Let me take this away for a second. I was stepping to my hater bag. This girl, she just was like, "Oh, you gave me this," and this isn't y'all. This isn't y'all. This is generally. I done wrote a book. I be coming up here dropping pearls of wisdom, of homespun wisdom, and everything like that. And all this other stuff. This girl that come up with all this foolishness, she said she got at least 2,000, about 2,500 from Tory Lanez himself, but we already know he on some bullshit. And apparently she had got like some kind of a GoFundMe or something going on. She getting money. She's been getting some money. So yes, I am hating on that. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm a big hater about that. I hate the way that you walk, the way that you talk. I hate the way that you dress. I hate it all. Okay? Because how the fuck people can come up and do some, and I've said so many times before, I could have got up here and been messy. I could have told you all types of stories because this type of stuff is way more familiar to me than you would think. This type of behavior and this type of family dynamic. Not my family, but I'm just saying, I have stories. If something happened even recently, I could have went ahead and had every right to tell what was going on. And I still was like, why? Because I don't want to be bothered. I don't want to be bothered with what comes with that stuff. So I take, but I'm just saying. I'll be up here trying to make some shit shake. Okay?
Y'all glorify these motherfuckers. How the fuck y'all stupid ass bitches want to sit here and talk about she got 10 siblings? How y'all saying on her siblings? She beef with all 10 siblings? That was just green as hell. That was leaving her folks behind. We got everybody else in the front line. That shit green as hell. And I don't give a fuck about what none of y'all bitches think or feel about it. Fuck, that's my motherfucking sister. And I can talk about whatever the fuck I get ready. Y'all ain't talking about shit. Me and this bitch laid on the floor together. Struggle together. Didn't eat together. Worried about me talking about, I'm gonna talk about whatever the fuck I get ready. And they ain't gonna get touched.
No, girl.
She said they was on the floor together and all this other stuff. But wasn't she saying that she basically ain't struggled like her before? What is going on? Like, this shit is crazy.
Oh, no day.
No, girl.
That stupid ass 209 hoe, you better go on some motherfucking word. You rapist ass bitch.
Oh, God. What is that?
Dirty black African looking ass hoe. Ugly baby ass hoe. He not baby hair having ass hoe. Fuck. Worried about that young ass nigga you got, bitch. Stop worrying about what the fuck I got going on over here, hoe. You a bad couple ass bitch. You should be practicing on some more moves for that little $20 you get, hoe. Sure. Worry about what the fuck I got going on, hoe. You was just on my dick on the post, bitch.
All my hoes love me, you hear me?
No, I ain't gonna get touched. Step that. I'm not gonna get touched.
Still got them steppers behind them.
I'm not gonna get touched. Come see baby.
I bet
Oh, you don't want it, bitch?
You don't want to try no more, man.
Oh, no day.
Hey, man, say, man.
She ain't getting touched. Show black ugly ass down. I can find who wanna touch you, you ugly black chocolate looking asshole. Who the fuck wanna touch you, bitch? You all over here. Fuck hoe. You all wanna be in the motherfucker, you wanna sit here around. Oh, you still driving a Ford Fusion, bitch? Oh. At least I'm in the 2014, hoe. You in the 2004. Fuck out of here.
Who calling me? Hey, man.
Stop calling me.
Yeah, the fuck.
She ain't obligated. She ain't obligated. She ain't obligated. I was so damn hungry, I damn near ate a roach. She ain't obligated. Fuck out of here. She obligated for show, for shit show.
Oh, that shit going on.
Fuck. And I ain't gonna get touched.
All right, I had enough of this bullshit. I heard that part already. I really don't feel like there's going to be anything groundbreaking that's going to come from watching the rest of it. Is way too much of it. I'm over it. We're not watching any more of that shit. That's enough. I think we got the point. We're going to move on to Glorilla's response, because what the absolute fuck was that? Hold on, I'm trying to find it. Or I'm trying to pull it up. My bad.
Okay, like where?
Like I said, I don't like y'all being in the public because, like I said,
You gonna do stuff like go work because you still want to, so it ain't no point of like. That's why I ain't want you. My mama begged me to put statements out to take her side, and no, she don't gotta do all that. Mom, you keep doing what you want to do. You keep getting spoiled every month, and you keep working because you want to work because you don't want to lay on your back and beg nobody for nothing.
We resigned because the girl told where we were, the hours that we were going, so we had to resign.
And that's fine because you don't gotta. How many hours was you working there anyway?
2, 3.
So you going to work for 2-3 hours, but she acting like you just need to go work there. I'm pretty sure that's $200 a week.
She didn't know we were working at first, and when I couldn't give her the money, I did, and I said, well, I'm at work. Think that I was struggling.
You can get whatever you want. You don't gotta explain nothing. I let you come on here on my live, so they can hear your side of the story. Because everybody hearing everybody's side of the story. But
I hate that she even felt like she had to come and like put on in this way for people, because even considering this, and I'm not, I'm happy that her and her mom seem to have okay relationship. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's not like I'm like, oh, well, I would want her to not deal with her mother because I don't want her to deal with her mother. If she and her mom can have a good relationship now and under whatever circumstances, that are fine for her, I'm with that. My thing is, like, I hate that she feels pressure to try to explain to people what she's doing or not doing. Considering what I heard, if she never talked to none of them motherfuckers again, it makes absolute sense to me. She don't owe none of them nothing, up to and include, especially them nothing ass parents. She don't owe them a goddamn thing. But it's very nice, that she still has a relationship with her mom where she feels like she want to give her things, and that her mom is not trying to guilt her into, is not treating her the way that sister is treating her. So I like that for her. But my God.
Because I wasn't gonna say nothing. I was just gonna let God deal with it. But what she not finna do was just act like you were just this horrible parent. Okay, yes, we struggle. Everybody struggle. Like, it is what it is. Thank you, Mom, for raising me to be who I am.
Okay, I'm also, this is just for me, hearing what Gorilla's saying and everything, and harkening back to what the sister was saying. It sounds like Glow, being one of the younger siblings, probably got a different experience of their mother than she did, being closer to the oldest. And that is unfortunate. I told, I got 2 kids, they 10 years apart, they both got different moms. You know what I mean? So I get, but again, God, you know what I mean? Like, that's something you got to take up with your parent. That resentment, though, towards the younger sibling for feeling like that the younger sibling got better than you from the parent, that's some shit. You know what I mean? Like, that gets a lot of people.
Thank you for giving me my name and marking me to be blessed to be able to take care of the people who take care of me. And I love you, and I thank you for all your time you spend with us as kids to where I'm in now. I love you, Mom, and you're such a beautiful person.
I love you too, baby. Thank you so much.
All right, I'm going to get on here and I'm going to talk. I'm going to say what I got to say, but you done. You done said everything you had to say. Thank you.
All right, don't be cursing, girl.
No. I'm cursing a little bit.
Okay, bye, Gloria.
All right, bye, Mom. Yeah. So like I was dang, bro, y'all was nosy. I'm gonna tell y'all what I don't like, and I'm real. I was gonna leave it alone. I was gonna take the high road. I take the high road about everything else. But like I said, I ain't gonna get on here and say everything you did to me as a kid. It's well, I don't know, I was a minor, so half of it ain't public record. I ain't gonna talk about how you got me sent to jail for a whole week. We ain't gonna talk about that. How you tried to shoot me, you done set me up. You got me sent to jail. We ain't gonna talk about none of that. All right?
Wait a minute. Wait a goddamn motherfucking minute. You're telling me this girl, she was talking, This girl was talking about other people watching you get beat up. Mind you, I heard something about this before. But you tell when honestly, when she said that somebody was watching her get beat up, in the back of my head, I was like, was you the one beating her up? You know what I mean? So you have done harm to this girl. You got her sent to jail. You did all this stuff, and you're wondering why she don't fuck with you. Honestly, some people. I'm trying to figure out how to say this. Okay, let me. Customer service key. Some people don't have the capacity to reason at 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 a certain level. And I'm thinking there's given heavy indication of of remediation is that the girl just don't seem like she where she need to be cognitively. Um there are things that are not, that homeschooling wasn't hitting. And like I already told you, y'all can go back and watch from the beginning what I said about my idea about what that homeschooling actually meant. So
I ain't gonna talk about half the stuff you did. Just leave it alone. You doing you right now. Keep doing you. Keep my family out of it. Keep me out of it. You see, you at where you at all because you said my name. You could have been saying my name and did a positive. You went about it the wrong way, y'all, and now you'll never get a penny out of me. And y'all saying other people, the ones y'all got y'all input to put on it, y'all ain't never been. I didn't my whole life, even before I was rich. I always been the one that never asked for shit. I always been the one to do shit for motherfuckers. So y'all, the ones that feel where she coming from, y'all don't know shit because y'all ain't never been the ones to have shit. Like I ain't fucking like my people. I fuck they straight. My mama, she straight. Let me call my dad. Hold on. Y'all know how my dad look already. I have a face. Y'all swear everything I post be fake. I post fake screenshots, baby. The proof is in the pudding. And I hate that I'm getting on here explaining to y'all because I don't owe motherfuckers shit.
So this isn't anything negative towards her. I just wanted to point this out. Remember when the people came over and I was just like, I need y'all in my comments because that's why I say I wouldn't want to be Beyonce. I don't know if I want to be even as known as like somebody like Glorilla or something. Like I see the things that people say. I see how invested people get in tearing these people down. And they get a lot of love too. They get people that's willing to do the most on their behalf as well. But I'm just like I don't want to imagine being in a position where you're getting inundated with so much negativity to the point where you can't filter it out, because that would be for me. That's why Beyonce don't talk to us. You know what I mean? Because in order for her to come and try to get the love and stuff from the internet or whatever, she would have to filter through all that stuff. And people are human. And I could just imagine seeing how confused her sister seems to be, because that's confusion. And I'm not saying that just from like a trying to be funny. Her sister is very all right. I'm getting back into level up. So this is why normally I will go off and do this processing behind the scenes before I come back, and I'll give you the little nicey nice, what I've come to. But now I'm getting to a point where maybe because of Glorilla's like lesser energy and not all that bullshit coming out of the screen, it's clear that the sister has been through a lot of trauma. They all have, up to and including the parents, have been through a lot of trauma. The sister is I don't want to say struggling, because I don't even know if she's actually trying to sort the stuff out. In her mind, she sees Glorilla having a easier experience, and she feels like Glorilla should take care of making her experience easier too. That's her means of how to mitigate all of this stuff that they both went through, because she sees her doing well. However, the sister really needs to take some time and unpack everything that went on, because you saw her flipping and flopping between being protective of the parents, but then fuck them and fuck this one in particular, and and I hate that they didn't get this, but I also hate that they got something but it wasn't good enough. So it's a lot of stuff that needs to be unpacked, a lot of stuff that needs to be, figured out and clarified, so that the sister then could go about, because I'm not even saying that the sister isn't owed anything in a general sense. All of those kids are owed something. All of those people are owed something. And I would, again, if I were a betting woman, I would bet that the parents had some stuff going on. Generational stuff is real. So, Kenny. Oh, Kenny Cakes, welcome. You just decided, I don't know if you saw it, because I'm going to watch Mimi. So now I'm really going to do it. We're going to do members only for the Love and Hip Hop stuff. But first we're going to watch Mimi's, what's it called? Her interview with Carlos King. Yeah, we're going to watch that first, because that'll be easier to figure out. So yeah, I do have sympathy for the fact that the sister is probably grappling with a lot. Her behavior, her risk-seeking, problems with authority, just doing the most and the least at the same time. All of that stuff is symptomatic of coming from a chaotic background, not having stability, not having parents there to stabilize you, to teach you how to self-stabilize, and this and that and the other. That's why I say, when it comes to somebody like Glorilla, even though it seems like she might have had a little bit more in that area than the other one, but it still sounds like she still technically should not be where she is. You know what I mean? And the fact that she was able to get it together enough to harness enough of whatever she was feeling into her music, into her creativity, to create something that was valuable enough for her to be able to get herself out of that situation. That's such a impressive, and it's heartbreaking, because she shouldn't have had to do it alone. She shouldn't have had to do it by herself, but she did it by herself. She did it by herself. Ain't nothing this girl said. She never said, oh, this person helped you and this person helped you in terms of her career. So she did this alone. Do you want like, sometimes I to this day, I empathize with the older sister, because to this day I still struggle sometimes with anger around the things that I've had to figure out for myself. The things, and I'm not talking about, I got to pay my own bills and stuff. I'm talking about like literally having to navigate life and people in ways, because I grew up privileged in, I wasn't having roaches and stuff, and I had food all the time. Even though we had food stamps and everything, I had food all the time. I had light all the time. I had heat all the time. I had, I didn't have the best clothes, but I had clothes I had a new coat and a new book bag and a new every year for school. You get what I'm saying? So I had stability. I do not have an understanding of poverty in the same way that people have understanding, that they have understanding of poverty. I know that based off of, the metrics, I grew up impoverished, but I don't have those same experiences. You get what I'm saying? So I have grown to recognize, once I got out into the world and met people like that, that I was privileged in that way. And so, but even yet and still, a lot of that privilege that I had me unprepared for the level of negativity that I would face meeting people like that, who will see you existing in a way that they didn't get to exist, and then start trying to either latch onto you, drain you, and or destabilize you if they can't do the formers. So I feel for Glorilla, and I have a level of understanding of empathy, concepts of empathy for her sister.
Just like I don't owe her motherfucking ass shit, I don't owe no motherfucking no explanation either. But don't play with my mama like she just some horrible ass person. Like I said, we got everybody struggle, bitch. But don't take her like you went through in college this year just because you get a whooping, baby. Everybody get whoopings. Take them. We did. And you didn't live with us our whole life. You was in foster care. You was living with my uncle and my aunties now because you keep talking about our story. You didn't live there with us, ho. You was in foster care. We was still walking around with bullshit ass shoes, bitch. You was in foster care getting Jordans.
What up, brother? How you doing?
What's up, Dan?
How you been doing?
I'm okay, Dan. Where I did it?
Hey, back room.
Get
been upstairs, smoke his cigar.
Get on the phone.
It's Louis on the phone, Dan. Hey, Glorilla!
Daddy.
What?
I got you. You on my live. Tell them how you feel. Tell the world how you feel. You got 100,000 people looking at you.
Hold on. Say what?
I'm on live.
Let me tell y'all something. Number one, whatever happened in the Woods family ain't none of y'all goddamn business. That's my business. All them my children.
She put them in the business though, Dad, so you can't get mad at them for talking what they talk because she got on there and put them in that lying ass business.
Listen, baby, I don't get on there because I done did all y'all my children. Victoria needs her motherfucking ass whooped. She know better.
Mm-hmm.
Spreading the family business, whatever happened in the Woods family, good or bad, that ain't none of y'all concerned. What y'all need to be worried about is what y'all got going on. I'm the dad. I love all my children, but I do not appreciate what Victoria's doing to my family name. I really don't.
Now, sir, now this is my thing. When it comes to what she's doing to her sister, that's absolutely 100% dead wrong. But she's doing it because of the shit you and your ex-wife, or I don't know what y'all was to each other besides baby mama, baby father. But she's doing it because of y'all fuck ass shit. And I am someone who says, when you choose how you do me, whatever happens becomes my story and I get to tell it. So when it comes to that, she can say whatever she wants to say about y'all because y'all didn't do right by her. Y'all didn't do right by your kids. It sounds like. Y'all may have did the best you could, but nobody's saying that it was untrue that the struggle was happening. Okay? And y'all was the adults. So she gets to tell her story. But what she don't get to do is put y'all failures on her little sister, her baby sister.
She ain't got no business. Whatever disagreement.
Daddy.
Her sister and her mama.
F her. Daddy, I don't want you to say all this. We know she wrong. Blase. What get done for you every time you ask? Tell them how I treat you. Tell the world how I treat you.
Man, look, you have been outstanding. I could never pay you back for all the shit. I don't lost count.
You know that that's all that matters. You and my mama taking care of. I'm happy.
You take damn good care of me.
Thank you, Dad.
You take damn good, man.
You deserve
I ain't
it.
got no complaint.
You deserve
I
it.
could never pay you back for all you done. You done bought me cars. You gave me pies. You gave me plenty of money. I done traveled all over the United States with you. You have exceeded my wildest dream. Now, Glory, you know I love all y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Good, bad, and ugly. But at the same time, for somebody to sit online and lie on you like this, I'm saying, damn.
Yeah.
That's really messed up. That's messed up.
It's cool, Daddy. We know what's going on. Well, I think.
Now, I'll say this much. I don't like how, and this is for the mama, because, okay, that girl was in foster care, and I get that she was probably in foster care, due to her behavior, but I also get that her behavior probably stemmed from the conditions in which she was living and the stuff that was going, I'm always talking about women need to get their, I'm saying women because most of the time the kids are with the women, and it sounds like the kids was with, the mom. If we got these kids, we got to create stability. We got to be putting our energy and time and everything into creating stability. And that don't mean get a man. That don't mean, be out in the streets. That don't, like, a lot of times we as women will say we need to do all this other stuff aside from really truly creating stability for the kids so that they're not in those positions where they feel like they got to do all this other extra shit, to either try to find stability for themselves or just comfort themselves with fucking up whatever little stability you make for yourself because they're mad at you about the ways that you didn't stabilize them. You get what I'm saying? And I'm saying that what I'm not hearing in this from the parents, it's not Glorilla's fault, but I'm not hearing an acknowledgement of like, yeah, I get that she's angry and, I'm sorry to you, Gloria, for her taking her anger out. Like, so it's one of those things where, again, I'm getting that empathy towards the sister because nobody's really Glorilla is the ultimate victim in all of this, in this situation that, yes, the sister started and created, but she's a victim too in that she's not, she clearly needs some help and she clearly needs some acknowledgement, and I don't think she's gotten that either, for real. I mean, I'm not there with them. I don't know the conversations that they've had as the family or whatever, but for they to come up and be like, oh yeah, she just did it, she needs to shut up and this and that and the other, without being able to say, you know what, I'm sorry that I created this situation where she's coming at you about our shit. I would have liked to see that.
Thank you for getting on the rest of my case. I love you.
You have done exceedingly and above anybody aspect for me and your mama and your brothers. I'm mad he's done this shit. I know what the truth is.
We all know what the truth is, Daddy, but she the only one talking. I want nobody else gonna say nothing about nothing, but you not finna run with this narrative and have people playing pity party sending you money.
I heard Miracle and
yeah, Eddie did go live, but I had told them to deactivate their page, delete it. But it is what it is. I was gonna say they gonna hear it out the horse's mouth.
Right.
And I got my proofs right here. But
well, look, I'm telling you right now, you have done exceedingly above anybody, because man, I'm very proud of you anyway. If you didn't have a dime, I still love you. Just like I know love all my children.
I know that.
But
I'm just gonna say he sound like my dad. Now, mind you, my dad, he was not around. My dad was just not around. And I've told y'all, both of my parents were literal children when I was born. So I give them a certain kind of grace in that respect or whatever. And my dad was not around doing fuck ass shit. He just wasn't around. Right. But when I talked to my dad, we have reconnected, and he would always come and find me and try to build a relationship with me or whatever. And I wasn't fully open to it until like after my 30s. But that's how my dad talk. Oh yeah, I love you. You so great and everything. It's all, but that's all they could give you. You know what I mean? And I take it. I love my dad. He's cool with me. That's my buddy. You know what I mean? But it's just like.
The only thing that disturbs me, baby, is for her to talk about you and her mama like that. I really don't like that. I don't like it.
We know. All right, then. I'm gonna call you back in a minute.
You still in Toronto?
Yeah, I'm in Toronto.
Well, you take care. Tell dude I say hello and goodbye.
All right, I'm gonna tell him.
I just want you to be happy.
Okay, Dad.
That's all I want. And I want all my children to do well.
All right, love you. Bye. I'm gonna call you in a minute. All right.
Okay, babe. I love you.
All right. Yeah, that's all I'm getting on here and say though. That's it. That's all. And I'm gonna tell y'all what y'all pissing me off with. I've really been on my phone. I'm really sneaking on my phone because my man told me to stay on my phone. But stop doing that sympathy shit. Like I said, you could have been on that laced funny shit, acting all laced and shit, getting money. But don't try to bring my name like I don't take care of my mama, bitch, hoe. Bitch, my mama go shopping every chance she gets. Guess why? Not because of you. Because you sent her $1,200 that you already owed her, bitch. Dumbass hoe. And like I said, I'm going to leave you alone because the world know that you are like literal mental patient. And they laughing at you and not with you. You making a fool out of yourself. I want you to know that. Like, I could have got on there and told them how you broke out of Lakeside. How you had to take an IQ test and they determined that you had to go to the mental hospital. And how you broke out that bitch. and they had to find you and come bring you back. You're a mental patient, so I'm not gonna sit here and argue with you. And the world is making fun of you, and I hate that for you. But continue to get your money, continue to do whatever you do, but do it on your own, of your own name. Or you can use my name, but not in no bad way. Don't be on no, oh, I'm Glorilla. Don't lie on me with it, bitch. You could have kept going with the stud realist shit. People saying you look like me, the stud version of me, bitch. Do it like that. I might would have went ahead and did something with you, but I don't fuck with you. My siblings that I don't fuck with, they know why I don't fuck with them. Me getting money don't make it no difference. If I didn't fuck with you 7 years ago, I still don't fuck with you. Don't mind that I got money, bitch. Go get your own money. Go get it how I had to get it, bitch. I don't owe you a fuck ass thing, bitch. Now, I hope this run you up too, bitch. Go live screaming at the phone with your goddamn schizophrenic motherfucking ass and make you some money, bitch. And keep my name out your mouth, keep my mama name out your mouth, keep my daddy, keep my whole family name out your mouth, bitch. Go do something with them bullshit ass friends you got over there. Ho, keep me out of it. Now, love y'all, back.
All right, sorry, I was trying to sneak something to eat. So yeah, um, this just sad. I don't even know. Like, it's really just sad. Hold on, I'm about to put the. I'm so sorry. I started eating. It's. I wish, like I said, I wish I would have seen some more because I do feel for the sister in that now she's just going to just be the villain. I mean, she is the villain. She shouldn't have came with that girl like that, right? But there's they need somebody was like y'all to fix my life earlier. They need something. You know what I mean? Like they need something because just leaving it at, oh yeah, she was wrong. She was dead wrong. She was dead wrong for coming at that girl. She was dead wrong for whatever it is she thinks she is entitled to from that girl. But the parents failed them. The parents failed them. The parents failed them, and the breakdown between them two is a direct result of the parents' failure to create stability for them. Now, that's not to say that even if they had been middle class, suburban, whatever, that there might not still be jealousy. But even everything goes back to Beyonce, right? I think about the mom again. When you have a mom who is on her shit and her capacity of being able to notice what's going on with her kids, and when there is a disturbance in the force between her children. Beyonce's mom in her book was talking about how she had to recognize a little bit of a rift happening between Beyonce and Solange as Beyonce was, doing her thing. And she had to go in and calibrate the situation. Like I said, I come into situations and she had to calibrate the situation to be able to create harmony between them in the midst of this shift that was happening, with Beyonce becoming the Beyonce. And that's what parents are supposed to do. Now, Glorilla became famous, as an adult. However, it was that lack of that framework being built when they were children that they could have built off of, and the parents would have been there to be the scaffolding for as this thing happened had they been on their job. But because they did a piss poor job of securing these children in the first place, now you have all that confused. Like that girl was, it was like that girl was slipping in and out of timelines. The way she was talking, like one minute it was this, but then it was the opposite, and she was mad about this, but then she was mad about this aspect of it, and none of it made any kind of sense. And when everything is said and done, now it's just, oh well, fuck her because she shouldn't have did it, and oh, what happens in the house stays in the house. No, because that's how the black people do, right? Never gets talked about. I believe, like I said, there are reasonable grievances within whatever it is she's mad about, but she's mad at the wrong person because she feels like Glorilla is the anchor at this point because Glorilla is the one with the money. Glorilla is the one that's successful. Glorilla is the one who's living in a way, that she aspires to live, that she would want to live, from her, again, childish viewpoint of what she thinks success is and life is supposed to look like and everything like that. So yeah, because we didn't even get to the part where she was talking about how she feel like she's supposed to be coming out of the club. Like, you sound like you got bigger fish to fry. You don't need to be worried about being in nobody's club and nobody's car and nothing. Who is this? I'm not. Let me tell you something. You already know. I will. I'm gonna let you up. And we'll see. Because I don't have time. Get out my face. Get out my face. Kitty cakes.
Hey, what's going on? You look lovely.
Thank you. What's up?
Nothing. Did she? I'm sorry, I stepped away for a minute, but I was playing it loud from the TV. Did she say that Glorilla was in a mental facility?
No, she said Glorilla said that the sister was in a mental facility.
And that she broke out?
That she broke out.
Is it
Shut
true?
up, Kitty. But don't again.
Yeah, it does. That's
But don't again.
when she said, when I thought it was about Glorilla, I was like, I don't know if that's true, and that's crazy because she got bars still. Maybe we all need to be mentally ill. But,
Oh, you talk about the sister? So she can rap?
no. I'm saying when I thought she was referring to Glorilla.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking like Glorilla went to a mental facility and broke out.
No, that was the sister. That was Glorilla talk about the sister.
I'm gonna have to believe Glorilla on that one.
Listen, I mean, this is the thing, but I'm saying like it makes sense, and I pinned up. If anybody else want to come up, not because Kenny's not good enough, but I'm just saying it don't have to just be one person. Anybody based off of what she was saying was happening, I think that would be a struggle for anybody, right? And it don't sound like they were properly educated. It don't sound like they were set up necessarily to be able to try to, even if, again, and I'm saying this as someone who grew up on food stamp, who grew up impoverished, by the standards of the tables of how people qualify and this and that, right? As impoverished as I was made aware of certain resources. I was made aware of certain things that they had to try to mitigate. I was encouraged. No, not even. I was seen so that my gifts were seen by the people who had the resources to say, hey, you go here, you get in this program, you do this and that and the other, to keep me on a track of bettering myself and bettering my station, alongside coming from an environment where I was safe in the house, I was clean, I was warm, I was fed, all of these things that she clearly was not. You get what I'm saying? So not having that baseline stability where you lay your head at, then not having that emotional support, because even if they say, oh, it's better when we're together, even if you poor as all get out and you don't have no money and this and that and the other, but at least you had somebody around you saying, I believe in you, I love you, I this and I that. It sounds like she didn't even have that, because everybody's running like a chicken with their head cut off because of the lack of resources and just the chaos going on around. Like, she had it tough, but even still, that doesn't mean that it has anything to do with your baby sister.
Yeah. Well, I will say I actually can relate to you because I didn't know I was poor. I actually had no clue. I was in the cul-de-sac chilling. I was like, I would write my Christmas list, and my mom would be like, "We don't have money for all that." I'd be like, "Girl, stop playing with me. I'm not taking anything off my." So I get that, but yeah, I guess maybe if what is Glorilla doing to the sister specifically? I think I'm missing that.
She is not giving her money whenever she wants for whatever she wants. It sounds like she's just like she go from saying, oh, you didn't do nothing for nobody, to, oh, you did these things but you didn't do them at a good enough level. Then it goes to, oh, you did it for this person and I don't even like this person, but also I like this person and you didn't
Oh
do
wait,
enough
I'm
of this.
confused then. Because
It's
I thought
very
you were
confused. If
I
you
thought no, I thought you were saying that Glorilla is treating her baby sister poorly.
No, the other girl is older than Glorilla.
Oh, the girl who was just that's her older sister?
The one who was just on was Glorilla, but the one with the stud is her older sister.
Oh,
The stud is older than her. She says she's 30 and Glorilla's 26, so she's 4 years older than her.
Oh, you know what's crazy? Because she had on that hood, I thought that was
No,
the
she has a
stud.
baby face. I was looking
Yeah,
at it, I was like, she looked like a little boy.
yeah, no, I got them mixed up because I couldn't really see it because it was kind of small on my screen. I thought that was
Oh,
the
I'm
stud still that was
no,
peeking
no,
right
that
into
was
my thought.
Glorilla because she had the
Oh,
weave.
the
She
dad.
had her hair was kind of, she had a
Yes.
ponytail hanging out, but the stud looked like a little. The stud has a baby
Yeah,
ass
the stud
face.
has dreads too,
No, the
right?
stud is shaved bald. Like a boy.
Oh no, they have a Caesar. Yeah, 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 yeah.
She
Okay.
has a Caesar, but she has a baby face. Like she looked like a little boy, a little boy. So they got good genes in that sense. But you telling me she can rap? She can rap, and all this stuff. Like you could have just been fucking rapping.
No, I was so that explains all my confusion away because I thought that was the stud on the screen. I wasn't paying attention to who was on the screen. I was just listening mostly while I was making food and stuff. But I was confused because when she brought up the mental facility, I was like, oh, she's talking about Glorilla.
No,
I
no,
didn't
no. That was
realize that was
Glorilla talk
the
about her,
scene.
saying she
Yeah,
was
exactly.
crazy. And she is
Yeah.
something, but I don't. Again, I don't think it's just a matter of she just crazy and just get her out of here. Like she has some legitimate grievances with the parents, with the parents, but she's trying to put it on Glorilla because clearly the parents still ain't got shit. So she think Glorilla got the most. So she's like, oh well, you should be compensating me for what I've been through with our parents. And it's like, no.
Yeah, no. Also, I can't help it if they I can't help it if they don't like condoms. They had 10 children, didn't they? And I'm sorry, baby
Let's
sis.
talk about the epidemic of that crack rock.
Yeah. I can't there's not enough money in the world to take care of 10 children.
You said you mad at me. I shouldn't even be here.
Right.
I
Is
can't
it
mad at
Glover?
you.
Is this you like number 8 or 9?
They had 10 head of kids. She gotta be 8 or later.
Yeah, no. Mm-mm.
I feel like they said she's the youngest. But yeah, girl, I shouldn't even be here. You get all the way out my fucking face. I have nothing to do with none of that.
Yeah, because I thought that was the stud. That's why I kept thinking you were defending the
No.
stud. I didn't realize you were on Glorilla's side. I was like, Kiana, what the hell is going on over here? I was confused for a minute. That's why I clicked the link so fast.
You came up to cuss me out?
No, I wasn't, but I was just confused. I was like, that don't make sense.
You came up and told me what's what. Okay. But what if I do feel that?
You didn't see me in the comments. I was like, actually, she bought that man a Jaguar. I was so.
I was putting them up there because I'm like, yeah. I'm thinking, child, kitty, please.
No, we're on the same page then. I thought you were. I was like, what is she talking about?
Oh my god. Got you or mute. Well, all right. But yeah.
No. I was just because it keeps showing when you talk, it's showing like it's coming out of my speaker, so I don't know if they hear an echo.
Oh no, I didn't hear an echo, but it's cool. But I'm gonna get. I gotta have some kind of um after school special lesson to go with the mess.
All right, go ahead.
I'm gonna go. You want to stay up or you want to go back into the what's the face? You could come back up if you want. If you do go down,
I'll stay up. I'll just be on mute. We'll be fine.
okay. So, in this, like I said, I was talking when I showed the lady with her sister that was doing her plants, and then I showed Beyonce and everything. My question for us, to work on and watching this stuff is kind of a question of intent versus capacity. And it's the responsibility you have to yourself to know your limits and to honor them. And I want to tip my hat to Glorilla because she's just like, yeah, I'm not going through all that. And she does it, to her credit, she doesn't seem like stressed by it. She's like, I'm going to address it because it's just getting to a point, but she doesn't seem stressed by it. So I love that for her. And honestly, I probably wouldn't have been stressed by it either because what the fuck do you mean? Like, you say I'm crazy, you look crazy, and it is what it is. Also want to point out or reiterate what I've been saying along of it. This is something that I've been coming to realize for myself, on my journey of self-actualization and going after my goals with this channel and everything like that, that hateration in the dancery, it may not be a given, but it is a hazard of success. Like I said, from my safe perspective of being unseen, I always felt like people even acknowledging haters or not even, because in my mind it wasn't so much about acknowledging haters. When something happens and somebody does some fuck shit to you, yeah, you're gonna acknowledge it. But like I said, there's a distinct difference between that and people just, oh yeah, the haters just can't take me, and every single day they talking about these haters. And for me, especially because I wasn't around nobody that really was doing nothing that really warranted that level of delusion of people hating on them, but I always felt like that's not real. Like, that's just something people make up to feel important. But I am recognizing, having been in proximity with people who have built, multiple people, mind you, before y'all even knew who I was, before before YouTube was a thing for me, I had been around people who had platforms, who I saw firsthand people vying for their attention and people slipping into the sphere just to be close to them, just to do weird shit. Like, I've seen some shit is what I'm saying. I've seen people literally be haters for absolutely no reason. I've seen people come in and try to destabilize people for no reason other than they saw them shining. And I personally, Kenny, I already told you, even recently had somebody just come out of nowhere with some fuck shit, just off of having checked back in with me after years and seeing me doing this at this menial level, and they ass starting to itch. So it's like recognizing that if you are going to aspire to be you at the highest level, that is something that you're going to have to, like I said, not dwell on, not make a big deal out of it, not make that your whole personality. But it is something that I think, and I believe that most of us know this, but like I said, because we're not equipped to grapple with it, I know for me, a lot of it was just, I would just shrink back. I wouldn't pursue things. I wouldn't go any further. I would just kind of chill. Because even in doing this, I recognized patterns that I had experienced in my life before, where maybe I wanted to do something that was a little bit out of my realm, but I was excited to try. And then having the people closest to you react in a way that wasn't necessarily outwardly negative, but that was like, it in my sleeping state, before I was woke, before I was aware, I didn't recognize it. But then once I became more aware and more like grounded in my own, I'm doing whatever I want to do, that's when I started noticing, like, oh, that's someone's attempt at destabilizing me. That's someone's attempt at minimizing me in a moment. I started recognizing it as them becoming uncomfortable with me in that presence of whatever it was I was embodying in that moment, and then being like, oh, well, that's your problem. I'm not going to internalize that. And so that is leads to the next thing of like, why you have to start asking yourself questions about, if you notice that pattern of people coming in and like kind of messing with you. And it doesn't necessarily mean they're coming out and saying, I hate you, you owe me something, this or that or the other. But it can be as simple as having expectations of you to do things because they're like, oh, well, you do this. You already have this, so you should do this. You should be the one hosting all the family gatherings. You get what I'm saying? So now you got to take on the money for it. You got to prepare for it. You got to clean the house. You got to do all that. You get what I'm saying? It can be stuff like that. It can be, them thinking that maybe because they have the most money or whatever, that you should be an assistant to them. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you don't got nothing going on, so you should be the one running around, running errands, taking care of your parents all by yourself. Whatever it is, it's that expectation that, like, oh, it should be you because I don't want to be bothered with it. And I feel like that's more suited to you than to me, type of thing. So it's just noticing the dynamics around stuff. And like I said, once you start stepping into a sense of personal power, which happens when it doesn't even have to be that you were doing something necessarily to boss up on them. It's just that you start being more confident, you start being more assertive, you start realizing, that you matter, your voice matters, your opinion matter, and you start embodying that, and then you start getting all of this static with people. Hold on, somebody. Oh, you can't. You went out and came back in.
You so healed.
I'm kidding.
Well, when you were like, no, because you gotta have like, you gotta relax, and you were like, oh, I just shrink back, because I know it's not worth it. I'm cursing you out. Remember how Rihanna used to be on Twitter?
Yeah.
That's my vibe.
But mind you, we're talking about some behind the scenes stuff right now, right? Because I know those people. Hold on one second. You talk a little bit, Kitty, because I have questions I gotta ask this person behind the scenes. Go ahead, Kitty.
Oh, okay. Um, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, I was saying, yeah, you getting cursed out. Actually, you are getting cursed out. I'm not too big a person. I'm not Beyonce, so you're definitely getting cursed, and I'm sorry. It's not gonna work for me. And also, what was Glorilla? Ooh, there was something else she said. I was trying to think about. Oh, it's giving Terry from Soul Food. It's giving that sister with a. I think she was a lawyer and her husband was trying to become a musician, and then he slept with a cousin and she was paying for the funeral, she was paying for the wedding, she was paying for the parties, and then they have the nerve after he had sex with her cousin to invite him to the cookout at the end of the movie, and he got money. He got some of the fortune. It's crazy work. Diabolical, actually. I feel like Glorilla is Terry. Is her name Terry? Yeah, I think it's Terry. Sick. Wouldn't let that happen to me either. Good for you, Glow. You do you. Actually, maybe.
Hold on one second. There's something with my daughter. Go ahead and talk. But I was saying I'll be right back.
Oh, not you want me to monologue. Yeah, no, that's really all I had to say. Mental facility is crazy, though.
I'm back. Yeah. Mental facility is crazy. Oh, but I was saying about like, the people.
Talk about. Thank God you're back.
The people you know why I don't, because I know those people, and I know that, like, even with her, she's saying whatever she's saying, and now she's getting money or whatever, and she's gonna keep doing whatever, get some money. So she probably gonna keep talking about Gorilla and everything. But people like that, when they see you, like, that is like, yeah, because at the end of the day, for them, it's like, yeah, because at the end of the day, that was what was offensive in the first place, was that you saw me, and I was just like, you get what I'm saying? So for me, it's like, oh, I'm not even gonna give you the satisfaction of seeing me like, and I very well may be like that, but you're not gonna see it. You know
Also,
what I mean?
the other thing is, if Glorilla wants nothing to do with you, I can see why. I can see. I feel like you should be a better actress. If
That's
you,
where I say cognitive issues come in, because for me, that's what blows me about these types of situations. These will be people that, and that's where I'll be questioning, like, okay, are you that smart? Or are you that stupid? Because are you that smart? Are you that stupid? Or are you that egotistical? Because if you're that smart to where That's not even smart. I guess it's just, are you that
Yeah, I'm
stupid?
just like,
Are you that egotistical?
but
Thank you. It's just either stupid or egotistical, because if you're stupid, you just don't understand how what you're saying is stupid. And if you're egotistical, it's like you just think that I am so desperate or dumb or whatever that you can talk to me like that, and I'm going to be like, oh no, I don't want you, like you think I'm naive, you think I'm desperate and or naive, that I'm not going to interpret what you're saying as how you're saying it and be like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Oh, I got something for you, because this is where I be coming from. Hey, Layla.
What's going on, girl?
Let me find it. It's something I saw because...
You're sure there's no echo?
No, you don't have an echo.
Oh, okay.
Because this is what I'm talking about, where people are trying to dysregulate you. We gonna watch it in real time. What we talking about? Somebody talking to you really crazy, but at the same time, they not expecting you or wanting you even to disconnect from them.
Got you. Okay, let's see it. Is it Love and Hip Hop?
No. Shut up, Kitty. No, I ain't getting no what's a face.
I thought you were gonna put that guy Peter on here or something. Okay, I see it.
And I'm over it. Yeah, like I'm cool. You got all them souls in you, and like, come on. I don't care. I want a positive ass nigga around me. I don't want no nigga that want to put me down every chance he get. Like everything you do, you put me down. Everything you say, you want to put me fuck. You bum bitch, you broke bitch, you ain't got shit. All right, so go ahead. If I ain't got shit, go find the next one. Fuck out of here. I'm cool with what the fuck I got. I don't gotta have shit. You know why? Because I'm cool.
You know what's crazy? You can't never just say you're sorry, and you never did that for me. You never just took a sorry.
No, not when I'm being called types of words and bitches. Like, you tripping.
Man, listen, hear me out. You never just took a sorry and it was genuine. Like, never ever.
Nope. Because I'm a bunch of whores and I'm a bunch of bitches.
You never took a sorry.
I'm a bunch of whores, I'm a bunch of broke bitches. I'm all that. I don't gotta take no fucking sorry from a nigga that's saying shit like that to me. You tripping. No, I'm done with doing that. That's why you keep doing it. Because every time you do it, I start, no, fuck that. I deserve respect. Like, I deserve respect at the end of the day. Okay, and I'm a bunch of bitches and whores, and I ain't gonna do shit but suck dick, and I'm an ugly bitch, and all that. Like, what? You was talking shit the whole ride to the house. You was talking shit the whole ride to the house. You was talking shit. Ain't no okay. Yeah, okay. So I don't want to be around nobody talking shit about me. You tripping. That's weird. Why the fuck I'm gonna sit next to somebody and hear them talk all this shit about me? That's weird. Nobody is gonna do that. Nobody's gonna do that. Nobody's gonna sit there and listen, take the disrespect. Nobody. I'm a whore. I need to find my baby father, Maury this and all that. Like, come on. Like, that's, you just.
But listen up. Hear me out. That's all
Abdul, I'm done talking.
That's your real
You supposed to be my nigga and you talking like that towards me? Yeah, that hit a spot.
But you trying to put me out.
Yeah, you talking on calling me all types of bitches and whores. No, it wasn't before that. You was talking that shit when we pulled out.
You wasn't trying to put me
You
out.
was talking all that shit. When we left the apartment,
wait.
yeah. When we just left the apartment, yes.
Before that
came out.
Did he say you gonna put me out?
Yes, he 100% said because you was going to put me. So
he's living with her.
I'm gonna break this down. So,
right,
mind you, this is Philly too. Proud of her. She's saying, and you can hear it in her voice. Apparently, however long they've been messing with each other, he's the type of person that he's used to just doing yap. And there, I put this in it because this reminded me of Glorilla's sister, when she was going back and forth between, oh, they ain't shit, but you ain't do nothing for him, and you should be doing this and that and the other for. It's that thing of like, okay, on the one hand, you act like I'm your enemy or something, like I'm a dog in the street, like I'm this and that and the other. But then at the same token, you want benefits from me that denote a kind of intimacy and familiarity that you don't deserve, because who the fuck do you think you are talking to me like that? And so she's at her wits end with it, because she's like, I'm tired of you talking to me like you crazy. Like, who the hell do you really think you are? I'm done with you. And so now that she went and went at him, you see that he's now we never got
before that, I'm like, so you're not gonna deny calling her a bum ass bitch?
No, but now because she's in a, because before she probably was just like, okay, she probably was quiet and stuff, you know, like, all right, whatever, letting it slide. But now that she's going off on him and he don't have nothing to say, now it's, oh, well, you not listening. You didn't just take my apology. No, because you keep doing it. She keeps saying you keep doing it. So then he's like, oh, well, I only did it because you said you was going to put me out. The plot thickens. So my nigga, if you need me for a place to stay or a ride or whatever it is,
yeah,
still,
be real respectful.
Like, why are you talking to me like that? Why are you talking to me like that?
No, I wasn't trying to push you out. I said, where you want to go? Yeah, you're psycho. You forget everything. I didn't try to push you out until we got to LA Wings by the house. But you call me bitches and whores and all of that. I can holler. Like I'm supposed to just sit here and take that. I ain't sitting here and taking that.
Like, why did you?
Man, I got hyped like this when you start calling me out my name and all that. Ugly bitch, this and all that. I'm tired of that shit. I'm tired of that shit. Ain't no nigga in this world worth that shit.
Correct.
You ain't say that though.
Hey, little, get out.
Come on, can we just?
No, I'm not just nothing.
Shit, dog. Yo, man, what the fuck? You just, this all.
Oof.
No, if that ain't over, but I just wanted to stop it. Notice she said get out again, and he's saying that's the thing that set him up before. So she said get out, and now he getting activated again. Oh, so you really just a bum ass nigga that don't have nothing, and you mad about her being, because you know that's something they say a lot is, oh, these women think they got this and that and the other, and they can put you out and they can do this. So now you feel a type of way that she's cutting off access. You think you supposed to be able to stand there and say whatever to her in perpetuity, but then the minute she realized, wait a minute, everything in here is mine. Get out. Now you want to act indignant. Hold on, I gotta get him back. He just left out. Is somebody else on this time? Hold on, he coming back, y'all.
Sorry, it just refreshed. I don't know.
I know.
Yeah.
But now you want to. Now you so offended to the point where you feel like you can cuss me out and everything again. We're still in my shit. Get out.
Also, she said LA Wings. I've never heard of that, but I'm willing to bet it's in Los Angeles.
They in Philly.
Oh. Wait, why do y'all have LA Wings in Philly?
We got all kinds of wings.
Yeah, I was like, LA, she got money.
Shut up, please. Yeah, she got money. She got all the fucking money. That's what he's sitting there. Oh, you said you was gonna put me out, and then she just said, "Get out," because again, he's talking crazy to her in her shit, and you disrespecting me. I'm not disrespecting you by not letting you talk to me crazy in my stuff. That's the stuff I'm talking about. That's what's like.
It's not funny. I'm sorry.
It's not. It's
just when she said he was talking crazy the whole ride there. In my mind, he was driving.
You could tell it's been a long time coming. You can tell, and she reminded me of one of my friends, because I've been telling my friend for years, you need to cuss him out one good time. Let him fucking have it. Don't hold nothing back. Because you can tell this dude is like stunned a little bit. He's still coming in getting his little stuff, but he's stuck with it. He's just like, well, no.
Honestly, he might have gotten his ass. He might have not talked to her so crazy if she had cursed him out like this.
And that's what because that's what I'm saying, and that's my whole point of like when you start coming into yourself, I think a big aspect of these types of situations and what happens is, because it don't necessarily have to be about glowing up per se. Sometimes it's growing up. Sometimes you just become more mature and you start being like, yo, like I gotta get myself together, and then you just lock in, and then people notice you are locked in and you come in with a different energy, and then they feel threatened or inferior or whatever it is, and then they start trying to do that to you. So it seemed like this dude, instead of him getting himself together in whatever way he need to get himself together, he would just always call her ugly, a whore, this, that, and the other, trying to bring her down to a level where he felt like comfortable at. You get what I'm saying? Instead of him getting himself together or just moving on. And now she's looking around like, wait a minute, why am I even putting up with you? You're not bringing nothing to the table, and you can't even be nice.
I don't like when people say narcissist online, but he's probably a narcissist. Because where are your self-preservation skills? He said she was trying to put him out, so his response was to call her a whole top a bunch of whores,
a bushel of whores,
broke. Like, that doesn't make any sense. I feel like if I was living with my girlfriend,
but
and
a lot of,
like, no, baby, I can do better. I can't.
I'll just say this much. I know people who go through this and have been going through this for a long time. I've known people who went through this before. They're not with them people no more. They went on, moved on and got married. I've seen it.
I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about him. Her response.
No, yeah, but I'm saying that it's so
abusive relationship.
But
I get her response.
My book exists because I would see that type of stuff, and I would talk to these type of, just in passing, and people talking about stuff that's going on, and me being friends with people and seeing certain stuff. And a lot of time now, he's not her baby father, apparently, because he's saying, oh, she needs him. But even that idea that he feels like, oh, well, I can get with a baby mom and I can talk to her crazy and her shit because she's a baby mom, so she ain't got no recourse to even come at me because she should have been with her baby father. And you get what I'm like, you are trying to actively lay up with me and live off of me and be the man in my life, but you're also weaponizing these things against me to try to minimize. And you saw the messages I showed you. You saw the type of stuff they were saying to me. You know what I mean? Like, trying to minimize you to make you feel like
this is all you get.
Oh, I'm ashamed. No,
yeah,
you raggedy bitch. Who are you talking to?
I feel like she had an epiphany. She was like, because I'm trying not to laugh again. I cannot stress how much. No, not laugh at this because it's not funny.
It's not funny.
I genuinely thought when she said you were cursing me out on the ride here that he was in the driver's seat. I thought he was driving her. Yeah, that's how I was picturing.
And then he right now,
him to get out
where I paused it at, he's mad at her because she said get out. He's mad at her because she said get out.
Yeah, when she said get out, I was like, aren't they still in the car? I hear the windshield wipers. I was like, oh, he's in the passenger seat. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. We about to finish this. Only like a few seconds left.
Go ahead.
Premeditated, bro. All this shit, dog. Like, this bitch bring you out just to get you drunk and just get in your bag.
You was drinking all day. How I get you drunk?
But a bitch just
you was drinking all day. How did I get you drunk?
For what you stand for, and the bitch is,
yeah, that's your problem.
You heard him. He's talking to himself. Did she set him up and this was premeditated? I'm triggered. I'm freaking triggered. That's the same thing I'm going through with them people. There's the stuff you saw, like the guy. He says, oh, you planned that. No, I didn't plan it. In the heat of the moment, when I realized that you was a fuck ass nigga, my brain opened up. And it came together like Dr. Strange and told me exactly what I needed to do, and I did what I needed to do. I executed. It wasn't no premeditated. I knew exactly what to do with a fuck ass nigga like you. That's what happened. And now you sitting here looking stupid.
No, because no joke, they'll be at your birthday dinner and you'll break up with them the night of. And they'll be like, oh, you planned this. I'm like, no, I did not plan on ending our
year. No, this was the last straw.
This was the last straw. On my birthday. I did not. Actually.
This was the limit, and you're here now.
Yeah.
Sorry. This was the limit right here, and now you here. That's what happened. I've had enough of you. That's what happened. And he's sitting there talking about some, oh yeah, you got me out here, and now you planned it, and now I'm standing on business because I don't take any and everything. What is any and everything? You are in her car, you are in her life, and you there calling her, disrespecting her, and she's saying she's not going to take it. So now that's disrespectful to you. See, I can't, I can't, I can't.
You need anger management at the most.
You know I stand for what I stand for, bro. You ain't gonna talk to me the way you want. Yo, you think one of them niggas? Just gonna let you just say whatever you want to me, huh? That's what you think? That's what you think? I'm asking. You know I'm a snap and go crazy and all, but that ain't that though.
Snap and go crazy. Like,
no, it's no. Oh my god, dog. Yo, listen, hear me out.
That's your room.
Hear me, man. Hear me out, dog.
And you see, he got real when he, oh, I'm gonna snap out. She said, well, snap out then. Now, oh, hear me out. No, I don't have to, because then he realized, oh, shoot, I want to go in her house. Now I need her to hear me out.
Honestly, I would have been dialing 911 by my thigh, my left thigh, because
I
I'm
wouldn't even doing all that argument. As soon as it would have been get out, get out, get out, get out. Like, he would have got scared.
I'm like, so you really gonna kiss me out? Kiss me out, ill, and curse me out in front of one, what's it called? Martin Luther King
LA Wings?
zip code 10009. Like, no.
I don't know what just happened. But yeah, that I felt like y'all need to see that, because that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, people really be crazy. But to bring it back to the lesson, we need to use our boundaries as diagnostic tools, because that's why it's so important to know what your boundaries are. And that's why I say I feel bad for Glorilla's sister, because I know she didn't have no daggone boundaries, because there was no kind of structure in that house. It was just survival. And so where Glorilla, for whatever reason, in whatever way, managed to find a way to find her own boundaries, I don't even think it was so much boundaries as she was able to find a purpose. And I feel like when you have a purpose, boundaries are just kind of like a side effect of that, because you recognize that you need a certain level of your capacity to be able to reach your goals. And so when something comes along that is like messing that up, you're automatically going to be like, no, I got to cut that off because I got this going on. And so when you see people, when you get a purpose and you start moving towards your purpose, and then you see people start trying to destabilize you, that's when you recognize, okay, it's not time to turn away from that person as much as it's time to kind of turn to that person and be like, okay, what's going on here? What is it that, and this is not necessarily a question to ask them, because they may not be cognizant, or they won't be honest, but you ask yourself what your assessment is of why they're doing this to you. Like, what is it about you that is bothering them? For me, I've picked up on, again, the fact that I'm able to be calm in certain situations where they are not calm. The fact that I seem to be, that's really what it is. I think it's people that are used to, first of all, this is people that are coming from backgrounds, like I said, that aren't like mine, where they have people in their lives that were supposed to be taking care of them that was destabilizing them. And then they see me with my people who, yeah, we have our problems, but they haven't ever, pulled the rug completely out from under me in the same way that those people have done. You know what I mean? And they'll see me having that. So that's an issue for them. They'll also see me, you know how I am, something can be happening, and I'm literally just sitting there like, okay. You're like literally taking it in and assessing the situation instead of being like, and that bothers people. For some reason, that bothers people, because they feel like, oh, well, how can you be so cool and I'm all upset and you're not? Because I have purpose. I like, honestly, because most of the time it's stuff I don't even care about. I don't even care about whatever it is you arguing about, whatever it is you think there is to lose in this situation or to gain in this situation. I don't share that view. So I don't care about whatever it is you think you got on me, or whatever it is you think I owe you, or what. Like, as soon as you're out of my sight, you'll be out of my mind. And they know that.
Yeah. I feel like you said it's not time to turn away. You know what? For all the toxic listeners like me, well, I'll tell you what I would do.
What?
You said, what did you say? You said maybe just approach them. Don't turn away from them. No, turn away. Turn away. Turn
No,
away
I
so
mean,
quickly
I'm talking
that
about
you're in a
if
cycle.
it's something. I'm talking about like, let's say, and I know this wouldn't happen with your mom, but let's say something happened with your mom, and y'all got in an argument, and you're like,
use someone else.
okay, who's somebody else that's not your mom that you care
Just say
about?
one of my friends. Yeah, or my cousin. Say one of my cousins.
Okay, one of your cousins, you let's say you got a new job and you doing real well, and you're just like, oh yeah, I'm living my life, life's going well, I got the job, yada yada yada, and then your cousin just start acting real funny and funky, and you just like, hey, what's going on? Ain't nothing going on. You just think you did it. Instead of you being like, hey, I'm not da. You kind of go, okay, why would they say that? And then you realize, oh, they might be jealous of my. You know what I'm like? It's because I was talking to one of my somebody I know about it, and they were explaining to me they were talking to me about me, and they were saying the thing that I like about you, Kiana, is that you are so calm under pressure. And this is something else other people tell me. They like, you don't let other people take your joy, and you not gonna let people disturb your peace. And I'm like, yeah, but I've told y'all, like, sometimes it's hard for me. I don't like being the bigger person, but I don't know how to turn it off. And I said, but she was explaining how like stuff was going on, and this person has been fucking with her for months now. And she's gotten to the point where she doesn't react anymore. And she was explaining how now that she's not reacting like that, she started noticing a lot of different things. And that's what I was explaining with that video we just watched. When she stopped, yeah, she was reacting.
Isn't that gray rocking?
It's gray rocking is like, I'm just not gonna, but I'm talking about more so in that situation where she couldn't necessarily gray rock him because he was right there with her. Like you can gray rock somebody on the phone, or
Yeah.
but when somebody's right there with you, it's more so about you're not going to let them take away your focus from the things that you're noticing. She was noticing things, and she was voicing the stuff that she noticed, and because it was legitimate, he really didn't have an argument, because she was saying like, hey, you keep disrespecting me, you keep saying these specific things about me, you keep and you don't get to say that about me. Like if you want to say that, if that's what you believe about me, if that's your view of me, then we can just dead this right now, because I don't want to be around somebody that views me that way. And there's nothing he can say to that. You get what I'm saying? Whereas if she would have been like, I'm not a whore, I wasn't even with him, that's a different interaction. You get what I'm saying? So when I'm saying turn to the person, it's more so observe that, scrutinize that person, to be like, what are you talking about? And what are you saying about me? And why would you be saying that? And why, like, what's it called? You watch Game of Thrones, right?
No, I do not.
Oh, well, there was a character on there called Littlefinger, and he told one of the girls, when he plays a game where he tries to figure out what would be someone's worst reason for doing something. And that's the thing that you basically do. You kind of look at the person, and instead of you're just going into my feelings are hurt, you go, why would you try to hurt my feelings in that particular way? Why would you say that
to
thing?
find their worst motive.
Yes. And then from that motive, you can go, oh, you're jealous. It becomes easy for you to be able to pinpoint what the problem is from there. And especially if you knew you didn't do something to somebody. So if somebody comes, for instance, with what happened with me, that person came to my platform and tried to attack me in this particular way on my platform to make me look a certain way, to make me look like I was bitter and this and that and the other. Oh, you were jealous, because I know what's going on behind the scenes outside of this situation, and this had nothing to do with that, and you had nothing to do with my platform or anything like that, but you came here to say these things or whatever. You're jealous. And so no, I'm going to deal with you because you're here doing this, but I'm not going to go, oh my God, you said this about me, because none of that is true and none of that is relevant. I'm going to deal with you for what you tried to do.
Yeah, you're more healed than I am. But But to be clear, I'm not the other option either. Like, I'm not gonna try to prove myself to you.
Yeah, that's my thing. Like,
But
yeah,
you are
I'm not
gonna
gonna
get
try to
cursed
prove
the fuck
myself
out.
to you. I'm not gonna try to convince you.
Ooh, excuse my language. Sorry.
No, I be cussing.
But yeah, you are gonna get cursed out though. You you are. And you know what? I think maybe I just have the benefit of people knowing that about me because I've never had someone try to. And now, someone might say like, "And your shoes are raggedy," and I might look down and be like, "Oh man, my shoes are raggedy." Okay,
But
but
guess
never,
what? That'll
I've
be
never had.
but that's the type of thing that I bet you before somebody tried to say something about you and you were just kind of like, oh yeah, and they got even madder. Has that happened to you before?
What do you mean?
That somebody tried to insult you about something, and instead of you being like, "Oh my God, you said that about me," you were just kind of like, "Oh yeah," and they were like,
Yeah,
and they got mad.
yeah. Because if you're describing it, also it depends. Because the thing is, if no one's ever called me anything like that. Not anyone I've dated, no one in my family. I don't even think a stranger has ever called me a broke bum, AB. Like that's
In my
crazy.
car,
Especially for someone you're sleeping with.
on the
Yeah,
passenger
especially
side of
that
my
ever.
ride, from the
Yeah,
passenger
trying
side of
to
my
holler
ride.
at me. Yeah, no, no one's ever done anything. I mean, people have said really mean things to me, but they've never. It's never been like that. It's been like you just think you're too good or something like that. And I'll be like,
Yeah,
damn, do I think I'm?
and that what were you
You know.
and what were you doing in that moment? Being yourself and being comfortable in your skin.
So I think I was in a club actually.
You were being comfortable in your skin. You were enjoying yourself or whatever, and that miserable person saw you and felt inferior in the face of it. And that'd be the funniest thing too, because you'd be like, I'm not even doing it. Like, I'm not even turned up or nothing. I'm just here.
You see how I'm trying to remember what I was doing. I don't even remember what I was doing. I know I wasn't doing cartwheels on the train tracks, you know? Like I know I wasn't doing
The train
anything
track
amazing.
is so crazy. No. But I mean,
I don't know.
in conclusion, the point is that when you're on your level up journey, you're going to encounter people who, and some people may surprise you, but these are people who were used to you being however you were being, in your, that's something else too that's hurtful. This is a sidebar to the conclusion I was about to make. The things that have hurt my feelings the most have been people that I'm just like, I didn't expect it out of you. And also, I was the way you're coming at me, I wasn't even thinking about you in that way. You know what I mean? Like I wasn't even, whatever it is you think you're trying to say that I was doing, whatever it is I was doing before, I wasn't even thinking about you in that sense. I was just showing up in the best that I was in that moment, and you liked it. So imagine me showing up even more myself. It would be great. And that's the part that disappoints me about when people show their ass like that, because it's like my intention, if I liked you at that level and I was fucking with you heavy, I want you at this level. I want you with me. But if you start trying to destabilize me and throw a monkey wrench in my shit, you gotta go. And that pains me because I really take like friendship very seriously, and just relationships, intimacy very seriously.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? When you were describing that, I just remember there was a time not even that long ago. I think it was around COVID. No, it was after. It was a little after COVID, where I was like kind of struggling and
Mhm.
stuff. But I would listen. One thing about Kenny's, he's gonna find some money,
Period.
and so like it wasn't that serious. So like I still have, like I was still able to get like paychecks and stuff, but I was just all over the place doing it.
Mhm.
But and my friend was right there beside me, and then we fell out. And I'm just realizing we fell out like literally like a month after I got like back on my feet, like solid.
Mhm.
employment. Yeah, like I didn't. I'm looking back. I'm like,
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like
really blind.
we look. That's why I say like I don't mind looking at stuff that's going on with celebrities, but I'm always asking myself, okay, like how does this apply to me? And for me, in this, like I've been saying before you came, in this journey of trying to build my platform and even mitigating, like I said, my platform is so small, but I'm still on a very small level, kind of mitigating some of this of having to recalibrate relationships around their perception of this new version of me. You get what I'm saying? And because I care so much about these particular relationships, like I'm actually willing to work at it. But that's why I say I wouldn't want to be Beyonce. I wouldn't want to be none of these people because if I can feel it at this little level and I'm like, oh, this is wearing on me. Imagine when you had the whole world calling you a witch and a baby eater and all this other stuff, like.
Yeah, and just for everyone in the chat, I do not agree. The opinions of Level Up Single Mom are not the opinions of all those on the panel, because I will be Beyonce.
You will be Beyonce.
I'm okay.
You will be Beyonce.
Yeah, I'm okay. Call me whatever you want, but I'm Beyonce. And you're at home.
Period.
So I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. And you should do that. Enjoy that. But I'm saying, like,
no, I know it must be. I mean, I feel like Beyonce don't even be looking at her.
I mean, no, she
Instagram.
don't. That's what I'm saying. Like, it makes perfect sense why she's just like, oh yeah, y'all don't get no more of me than y'all willing to pay for because.
Yeah, because have you ever seen those old interviews? They're crazy.
I mean, to be fair, they talk to everybody crazy, but
I'm like, I know
she is always going to be my point of reference in terms of, and this is in my real life and everything, but I was already like that. When people act weird to her, she just disappear. It's just done. It's deaded. And that's how I am.
She said, y'all will see me in 5 years.
Yeah, I'm not going back and forth with you. I don't have nothing to prove to you or nobody that likes you. None of that. You see me a particular kind of way, that's how you want to continue to see me in your brain because you're not going to see me for real. And that's all it's going to be.
Yeah, girl, you can't afford to.
You can't afford to breathe the air I breathe.
Yeah, like that's why I'm like, I'll be Beyonce. That's all right. You know what?
I'm
gave up
just like her in that sense, but I'm talking about all this.
No, we're all.
I mean, I suppose if I had her money, I would have ways to mitigate the annoyances.
You gave up your spot. You got to go to the back of the line because there's like a billion of us,
and that's fair. And that's fair.
Yeah, you didn't want it.
That's fair. You're right. You're right. That's on me. But anybody got time for these people? They'll sit here and again, they'll sit there. They'll bleed you dry. They'll wear you out, going back and forth with them. And then when you are destitute, when they've messed up your shit, then they'll be like, ha, see, I told you. You're not going to do that to me. I'm going to make you disappear. Yeah. There's nothing I love. You know what I love? I love a block button. I love a good block.
I knew you were going to say block.
I love a block button. You know why? Because it's instant gratification. It's instant gratification, especially on Twitter. When you see somebody, you go up to the little thing, you hit the 3 dots, and it said block this person, and you block them, and then they disappear. Ooh, that does something to me.
It's like you killed them.
Yes.
Period.
Oh, I love it.
I'll never have to see you again.
You never existed. Your entire. I saw something about. I didn't see the movie, but I saw a breakdown of a movie, and this woman had broken his clone's heart, his younger clone heart. But he was older clone, and the younger clone was supposed to take his place when he died.
So transcendence?
It might be that. And then he went to the girl. He said, "Hey, yeah, you broke my son's heart. So anybody that's ever had anything to do with you and or your bloodline is gone. You don't exist."
Oh, I don't know what you're.
It was some kind of show, and I was like, "Whoa!" But that's exactly what I do. That's exactly what I do with my brain. That's exactly what I do with my brain. You're gone. So it's not even an issue anymore.
No, I have really good memory. Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
but
I need you going. You
I
gotta
do
be going.
forget
I don't
about it
even need
most
because I
times,
need that. I need
but
that.
every
You know
once in
how
a
on your phone your phone will get filled up and then you gotta get rid of things so you have more gigabytes. I gotta
yeah.
get rid of you so I had them gigabytes for other things.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
what
But I mean, like, you know how like sometimes when you delete something off your laptop, there'll be like one file that's like 1 KB,
Mhm.
and it's like a document. Like that's how it
I
is for
mean,
me. Like
true,
it's like a
true,
oh,
true, because they always find some kind of way to pop back up, right? And then you like,
yeah.
I got the receipts. But in a general sense, for day to day, in the immediate
Mm,
now, you're going,
yeah.
you're out of here. You're out of here.
I wouldn't even think about it. I wouldn't even think about these people if you we weren't talking about people
Yeah,
we cut off.
exactly.
I mean,
And
yeah.
that's how it should be. In a perfect world, in a perfect union, in a more perfect union, that's how it should be.
Okay, Utopia.
Yes.
Oh no, I saw you what's his name? Littlefinger,
Yeah.
actually.
So you do know what I'm talking about.
No, you explained it to me,
Okay.
remember?
Oh,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
gold star for Kitty. You
My
remember
mind
it.
is not that gone.
Kitty, sometimes it be bad. I be concerned. But yeah.
Listen, I've been my vegetables. Leave me alone.
You get some roughage. You get some greens.
Mm.
All right. Well, anyway. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm gonna let y'all go. We've been here for 4 hours and 18 minutes. This was a dense one. There was a lot to cover.
Dense in multiple ways.
Child. It was, you absolutely right. The show was wow. But I think we learned some things.
Outro.
Outro just hit the outro. You had enough. All right, fair.
Oh no, no, I was just saying. I was like, I thought you were gonna give us your Miss Frizzle speech at the end of the episode. You know?
I am. I'm going to. Should I do the outro first?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Okay, so in conclusion, guys, just know that if you're going to work at becoming more of yourself, you can think of yourself as being a better you, glowing up, leveling up, whatever. You may find that.
Wait, do I get to give a speech?
Yeah. Okay, do your
Okay.
last
All
one.
right.
Go ahead,
Continue
do
with
your
your
last
speech.
one. Skinny.
All right. So what I've learned here today is don't let anyone take advantage of you. And if you got to become toxic, do that. You know, it's fun over here. You know, and cut
And
them
it
off.
is.
First sign,
And it
they're
is.
dead. They're done. All right. And with that, I yield the floor.
All right. Thank you. Um, I'm saying just don't expect it. Oh, he left. Don't expect it, and don't go in like I said, being a weirdo, like, oh yes, the haters can't take me. But more so just be understanding for your own sake, not for anybody else's, that is something that happens. And if it is a relationship that you want to keep, like I said, you can be mindful that you from a place of privileges, from a place of a privilege, a certain kind of privilege, and it is a privilege. And I'm not saying that like you owe anybody anything, but I'm just saying, like, for me, recognizing my privilege in a lot of ways has made me go, I have privilege. You know what I mean? Like, it's like walking around like wealthy. You get what I'm saying? Like, somebody who's wealthy, they don't necessarily go, I'm wealthy, but they just walk around knowing I'm wealthy. I don't have to worry about these things or that things. So when you encounter somebody that is worrying about those things, when you encounter somebody that is insecure in spots that you're not insecure, because we all have our own insecurities, But somebody that's insecure about things you're not insecure about and is treating you a certain kind of way because of that insecurity, it helps to help you not be upset by it. You get what I'm saying? Now, depending on what they did, you might get upset by what they tried to do. Again, like I said with my thing, I was upset that you even tried it. But the things that they're saying and stuff won't bother you, if that makes sense. So that's all I'm saying. But prayers up to everybody involved. I'm hoping that Glorilla continues to grow and um, wish her continued success, even though she's been doing some weird things with Meg. Oh, I forgot about that part of it, but that might be something on another day. I'm gonna leave it alone because we talked about it a lot, and I don't want to try to rehash it. We already at the end of the show, but yeah, I wish her continued success. I'm proud of her for noticing, what is her burden to bear and what isn't. And she found her own peace and boundaries within this situation. And she seems to be maintaining them well. So I ain't got nothing to say on that. And with that, I wish you all a wonderful evening. Thank you so much. Remember again, let me see. Can I? I had pinned it earlier. I'm not going to pin it again if it's not there, but I had pinned that TikTok earlier. Please, if you're on TikTok and you can go to the beginning of this and see the TikTok I had pinned. Please go there and just repost that because people are saving it, but people aren't reposting it. So please repost that so that it gets out there since it's good enough for people to want to save to use later. Also, what else? Oh yeah, membership. We're gonna be watching some things. We're gonna watch some ratchet stuff. So that's fun. I'm wondering if I might want to do that this weekend to watch Mimi Faust and or maybe one of the shoot, we might watch them both. It might be a little marathon. I don't know. I'm trying to get my Discord thing together so we can watch stuff in there. So I need help. If any of you know how to do it, please let me know. Also, if you want access to the Discord as well, where is it? Email me because I am screening my Discord. Actually, I might be having to find an alternative to Discord because they about to have some stuff going on too that I don't necessarily know if I want to be involved with. Big Brother is watching, so that's weird. But still, in the meantime, if you want to try to get in the Discord, like I said, so we can start doing some things together. For right now, all of y'all are welcome. But at a certain point, when we get to a certain she says, I know how to stream it. I know that you know how to stream in Discord. I know how to stream in Discord as well, but I don't know if my Discord is set up I know when I was streaming before, remember we had streamed a long time ago and it like told us we only had a certain amount of time or something. Now I have bought the membership thing or something since I don't know how none of that stuff works, but I bought something in there. So I think it should work, but I don't fully know. So we'll see. We'll tinker with it. Yeah, that'll be your job, mod. That'll be your job, mod, to help me figure that out. And yeah. So I said that. Let me get back to that email so y'all can reach out to me if you want to get in the Discord for certain things. But like I said, what's the face gonna be members only for Mimi and stuff because members got to have something for their money. So we're going to be doing some members only things. I'm also thinking about all my like lifestyle vlogs. It's not going to be a whole bunch, but I got one I got to put together from when we went to DC in December. And I'm debating whether I want to try to do that thing that I was supposed to do from the summer of 2024 from a long time ago. But we'll see. We'll see. But I already have because they don't perform very well like in the general thing. So I figured that'd be a special treat for members of whenever I do something that I feel like I would want to share with y'all in my regular life. He said not slavery. That's not slavery. Okay, that is labor. Male labor. I said something to some guy the other day too. I was like, I'm making you labor as a male. He's so yeah. So that's it, everybody. I'm gonna go and finish my chicken nuggets, and I will talk to you next time. Thank you for staying with me too. I've been seeing a pretty consistent stream of people. Y'all are the real MVPs. Y'all are really helping me and keeping me going, and that's why I keep coming back every week because I'm like, y'all. No, did it again. It wasn't supposed to be there. It reconnected it and started playing it again. Y'all really be showing up every week for me, and I'm just like, they like me. That's so cool. So I appreciate you all, and I will be back next week. And maybe I don't know if I'm gonna do another live because it was something I saw that I was thinking about talking about. Oh yeah, there is some Philly mess going on. There's always a bunch of Philly mess I'm seeing on TikTok. So that might be a members only thing too, like Philly mess. That if y'all want to see me talk about Philly mess and find stuff out, because there's this guy, the guy that was on Kendra J. So the guy that was on Kendra J, he's from Philly, Mr. Goodbeds. He's from Philly, and apparently there's a lot of lore about him messing with young girls and only giving them $40 and stuff. And they said that he is, remember that lady that used to wear that Queen Latifah hat, Charizard Ali? They said he's her son. So my interest is piqued. So I want to look into that, but I think I'm gonna make that for members because it's nothing but mess, right? And maybe I'll that's what I could start doing. I could do first responses to stuff for members, and then we'll bring the meat and potatoes of the lessons learned to the masses. Yeah. Good job, everyone. Good session.